Can you guys hear me?
Your voice is a little bit
Recording in
broken
progress.
I can hear you fine, Michelle.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Claire,
here.
Dan,
Here.
Greg.
Yeah.
Glenn,
Here,
Michelle,
Here.
and just in case, Jill. Okay, and I am here. We have 6 council members present. Jill Grant not present.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get started tonight with the Board of Supervisors report. So I'll hand it over to Lena Silberman from Supervisor Horse's office to give that report.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, so I'll be pretty quick. My first update, I was asked to provide an update on the multimodal trail. Unfortunately, I don't really have much of an update. We're still waiting for Caltrans to sign the maintenance agreement. It has been elevated to higher authority in Caltrans. Once that is signed, we can start the encroachment permit process with the Caltrans. And once that is done, we can go out to bid for the project. We're still trying to get it started before the rainy season. That's still the proposed goal. I was also asked to provide an update on the El Granada scoping project, but we are lucky enough to have Sheena Sidhu with us, who will do a much better job than I will. So after I'm done, I think she. I want to let everyone know that the redistricting meeting that is specifically for District 3 is happening tomorrow at 6:30 via Zoom. You don't have to pre-register. I'll put the link in the chat. But this is a meeting where you can actually share your interests and your community's interests. So this is an important one to go to. We've been having pretty low attendance at all these meetings. So if you go, you're going to get a good amount of time just to speak your voice. On to COVID-19 related updates. We're now at 93.2% vaccinated of at least 1 dose of the vaccine for 12 and up. The county is preparing to do a booster rollout. We're just waiting to hear from the federal and state agencies who that will be for, because that's still under debate. However, healthcare providers and local pharmacies are providing booster shots to those who are immunocompromised at this time. We do understand that the Moderna and Pfizer are both trying to request authorization for ages 5 to 12 by the middle of next month. So we'll keep you updated on that. And the county is working with the superintendent's office to prepare for that. Our 7-day lagged average, I won't go into the nitty gritty details, but everything's been actually improving slightly. We're still definitely having a lot of new COVID cases a day, although it's, I think, 15 to 20 less a day than it was last week. So we are improving slowly. And then I just want to update everyone. There has been some concern and confusion about why El Granada, Loma Mar, and Moss Beach appear to have really low vaccination rates on the county's data. So we are planning a meeting with County Health to discuss about that. We've had some answers, but we want to kind of get maybe next steps on how we can substantiate some better data. So I'll keep you updated on that. And then just quickly, I know we talked about in-person meetings last time. The Board of Supervisors is going to bring a resolution forward that will work with AB 361, which is the state bill that was passed last week. Basically, I'm not gonna get into the big details, but it's something that will need to be renewed every 30 days. If this MCC chooses to do so, they can use the Board of Supervisors resolution as a template for their own. And it would be perfectly legal and fine to do that in October as the first item on your agenda, if you choose to do that. So those are all my updates, and I'm ecstatic to take questions.
Thank you for that update, Lena. And we'll talk more about those next steps and about virtual meetings at the end and future meetings. But the short story is, yes, we're planning on doing that at our first meeting in October. Let's see. I'll go to to Carlisle and Young for the first question.
Sorry, I couldn't quite get the unmute. Is it unmuted?
You're good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. I think I have the touch screen that's too slow. Lena, did you say that the District 3 meeting is tomorrow night? Is it Zoom? And can you put that in the chat, or else where do we go to find out the Zoom address to log in?
Absolutely. I think it's on the redistricting website. I will put it in the chat and finish this update. You do not need to pre-register. It's just a Zoom link.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to listen to it. And I think that was my only question for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dan Haggerty.
Yes, thank you for your report, Lena. Just to let you and everyone know, I've been reaching out, sent some emails and followed up with a phone message to Summer Burleson in planning in regards to the fire station lighting, the amount of light that is coming off the property, which is, against the conditions of approval. If there was in fact ever a expert analysis measurement of the amount of light that is leaving, at the different angles, causing the glare. And I have not heard back, so I'm just hoping, Lena, maybe you could help see if we get that information.
Yeah, let me bring that to the supervisor and get recommended next steps on that.
And in addition, we're looking for the Cal Green Title 24, if there was a checklist on the project as well. The Cal
Okay,
Green.
I might need a little more detail. We can talk about that offline.
Okay,
Okay, thanks, Dan.
thank you.
Just a reminder for anyone else who may have questions during this topic or any future topics, the way to ask a question is to raise your hand in Zoom. And the way to do that is to look for the reactions tab at the bottom of your screen. Click that and there's a raise hand button right there. For those on older versions of Zoom, you may find it under the participants tab if you're on a computer. And if you're on your Zoom app on your mobile phone, it's under the More tab. If you're dialing in from a phone number, it would be *9. Any other questions for Lena? I don't see any, so we'll go on. Sheena, we'll actually go to Sheena next to speak and give an update on the El Granada scoping project.
Yes, happy to give an update on the scoping project. So the scoping project was approved from the Board of Supervisors for the funding of $75,000 for the project. And then we released the RFP, which is the request for proposals, last Friday. And this is a request for proposals that's distributed to consultants so that they can put forth a proposal for us for the project. And so that is currently out. I saw that it was posted on the MCC website. That's fantastic. Everybody is welcome to help us distribute the RFP. I'm also going to just quickly link it in the chat as well if you want to take a look. And so just to summarize, the two main items that we're asking for the consultant is a selected consultant will complete background research and site investigations to develop a site-specific understanding of wildfire scenarios for El Granada and the surrounding community, and B, scope a suite of actions that would most effectively reduce those risks, including operational considerations, constraints, opportunities, methods, and detailed cost estimates. And so I think that captures what we've discussed over the last few meetings about our actions on the scoping project. And then just to give you a couple of dates. So the announcement was released Friday on the 17th. This coming Friday, we will have a pre-proposal meeting. So any consultants that would like to learn more information and ask any questions, typically when we do like a construction project for RCD, we do a bid walk where we bring out the people, any potential bidders to see the site. I think it'd be actually more because of COVID, and also I think it might make more sense to do a virtual pre-proposal meeting. So we'll be doing that. So that will be this Friday. So far, we have 3 consultants that have already RSVP'd, which I think is great. And then the proposals will be due on October 8th at 5 p.m. And then we will review the applications the following week. So that will be RCD and our partners, which will include MCC representatives. And then I will be able to share who we select after October 14th. And then it will be finally, because we are a public agency and we need to get the approval from our RCD board to sign a contract with a consultant. That will be completed on October 21st at the RCD board meeting. So the official announcement will be October 22nd, but we will be able to share who we've recommended and selected before then. So I will definitely come back and provide some updates on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sheena. Does anyone have any questions for Sheena on that? Okay, I don't see any questions.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Sheena, thank you. Just wanted to, maybe early to ask this question, but once the consultant is chosen, I think it was said in the past that there will be ample opportunity for the community to weigh in and to be part of this process.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
That's the plan. We definitely want to have engagement. If you want to see more details on the RFP, the details are all outlined there. We will definitely have engagement with all stakeholders.
And
it's part of the plan.
Nothing's been scheduled yet as far as any meetings. Yeah.
No, we'd like to have at least 2 major meetings. Then there'll also be any way that we want to organize discussions. Like if MCC wants to have like a meeting about it, particularly bring up ideas. That's all up to discussions within MCC can decide on that, but we will make sure that we are facilitating stakeholder engagement. That is a top priority.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sheena.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Sheena? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Right.
Next, thank you. Next, we'll go to Harvey Rarback from the city of Half Moon Bay.
Good evening, everybody. We had a study session last night about our proposed building electrification ordinance. It was very well attended. There were lots of people from the Midcoast, lots of people from over the hill who had expertise about environmental issues. And it went longer than the 2 hours, and we did not have enough time to even finish the study session. So the next council meeting, October 5th, will include another study session starting at 5. The draft building electrification ordinance has been on our website since April. There's going to be some changes that were suggested by the council last night. But you're all invited to weigh in on what you think, because this is going to be the way of the future. We also talked at the council meeting last night about public safety. And one of the important things we learned about is the new mental health response program. The city has contributed $75,000 to this pilot program. I understand that Don Horsley has also contributed to help us get going. The idea is that we're going to engage 911 response, which is important, so that we're going to have them weigh in when there are calls that require mental health experts and medical issues, as opposed to armed response. And that's a very complicated thing to get everybody on board, but we're hopeful that we'll have this program going in a few months. It would really be a good thing for public safety. We also have agreed, the council has agreed that we're going to have a request for a 2-year extension of our contract with the sheriff's office. And we need to firm that up by September 30th. So we're going to tell the sheriff's office that we will have a 2-year extension of our contract. And just like everybody else, AB 361 will allow us to continue remote meetings of the council. So our first action October 5th at the next council meeting will be to declare an emergency as required so that we can continue remote meetings. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Harvey. Does anyone have a question for Harvey? Okay, so you have a couple hands raised, starting with Sid Young. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Sid.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, no?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, good, thank you. Harvey, you know, they were doing some tree trimming in Half Moon Bay, but it screwed up the whole coast. So is there any chance, like when you guys put out your little email to your own citizens, that you let the rest of us know? Because you know what I'm talking about, right? The Frenchman's Creek and the Miramar Highway 1 blockage. Any chance?
I can tell you that I was caught in that tree trimming.
Okay.
Okay. Caltrans is one of the least responsive agencies that I've ever dealt with. And I agree that we really need better communication, but it's not anything that unfortunately Half Moon Bay City can do anything about. I wish it were.
Well, I did see something on Nextdoor that somebody posted that you guys had a little blurb on your website, but of course not everybody goes to the Half Moon Bay website all the time. So I think Nextdoor is a better bullhorn for you. I'm just saying. Thanks.
Okay.
That's all I had to ask you.
Thank you. Next, Dan Haggerty.
Yeah, thank you, Harvey, for your report. I might have missed something. I'm sorry. When you talked about the electrification, is that with the electric stoves and not having gas in homes? Is that what you're talking about, or?
Yeah, it's a pretty long ordinance. The main thrust is that any new construction will, residential or commercial for the most part, will be required to be 100% electric. No gas appliances at all. The more controversial part that really got a lot of people going is that when you have a gas appliance, including stoves, furnaces, dryers, when they burn out, then according to this draft ordinance will require that they be replaced by an electric appliance. And another part of the ordinance would require that by 2045, in agreement with the state goals, all gas appliances must be turned off. The gas lines must be capped. But that'll probably happen because the state was going to start to forbid the sale of gas appliances soon. I don't know, 5 years, 10 years. You won't be able to get a gas stove. Everything will have to be electric. And contrary to what a lot of people think, induction cooking is just as good, if not better, than gas cooking. So we need a real education campaign to show that all electric appliances can be more efficient, and in the case of stopping indoor combustion, safer. There's a lot of childhood asthma that has been attributed to indoor methane, natural gas combustion, and will be improving public health by outlawing gas appliances. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people on both sides that have expressed their positions. Is there any, can you recommend, is there any place, someone that's interested in hearing both sides? All the information's put together. Easy to read, you know?
Well, if you go to our sustainability webpage, the Half Moon Bay City sustainability page, you'll see the grounds for why we think this is a good ordinance. Who this next door, I think, has a lot of arguments about why it's a bad idea, but the city doesn't think it's a bad idea, and that's why we're proposing it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dave Olson.
Oh, I just wanted to say that the Half Moon Bay Review had an article about the tree trimming and that it was being done as a joint project between Caltrans and the San Mateo Fire Safe Council, which essentially is, it doesn't say it in the article, that's basically what we were asking Caltrans and the Fire Safe Council to do, is start trimming eucalyptus along the highway to make it safer for evacuations. It's unfortunate that it was done with as little notice as it was and at peak traffic times, but people who asked that it be done at night have probably not been involved with tree trimming. You just don't do major trimming it. So it's how they could have really done a better job. It's a better communication. But at least Caltrans is listening to what we're asking for.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Any other questions for Harvey? All right, thanks so much, Harvey, for joining.
Sure.
Do we have any other public officials who'd like to speak? I don't see any right now, so I think we will go on to item number 2, which is public comment and announcements. This is a time for members of the public to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. So on tonight's agenda, we have a project on highway improvements along State Route 1 in Moss Beach. We have a couple topics on wildfire, one on like a broad topic on wildfire preparedness, and then another which will be a presentation by a community member, Keith Mangold, Quarry Park, and then we have a topic on the website. So if you would like to speak about anything other than those things, now's the time to raise your hand, and I will start with Sid Yan.
Go again. Am I on or unmuted?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so actually I have 2 things, and they're kind of Caltrans related, but not what you guys have on your agenda. And one of them is that there was the big cliff rescue last weekend, or last week, I should say. And the area that the car went over the cliff is just south of the tunnel where that hill goes up to the bunker. And all Caltrans has there are some orange cones. And I'm pretty sure they have signs posted saying, don't hike up to the bunker. But they could put in K-rail and maybe that car would have stayed on the highway. And I'm just wondering if you guys want to think about drafting something for that for a separate agenda item next time to ask Caltrans to put better sidewalls on the slide. Because I was on just before this, I was on the Coastside Fire Protection District meeting, and they did a great job getting attending to that accident. But I think their whole annual budget is $10,000 for cliff rescues, and we've had several this year. So I just wondered if you wanted to weigh in and ask them to put in some more strong barriers so that cars won't keep going over the cliff like they do. It just seems crazy.
Thanks, Sid. I actually was going to mention this during council activity, but
Okay.
I have a meeting with we have a meeting with Caltrans tomorrow morning, actually, and they have made us aware that that is a project that is in the works. And it's very, very early, and you know how things move. It'll take years, but I'll have more information after tomorrow's meeting. that I can post on the website, but it does look like that's a project they're considering, which is really great.
Thank you, because I think the fire department would probably thank us too. Okay, so the other Caltrans question I had is, I tried to see it today and I couldn't see it, but apparently Half Moon Bay put in no right turn on reds at 92 and North Main Street and at North Main Street and Highway 1, but I didn't see either sign there today. So I'm just wondering if anybody knows why they went up and then came down so quickly. Anybody? Harvey? I don't know.
Say that again, Sid, exactly where these,
Okay, if you're coming down 92, but you're gonna go northbound, a lot of people turn right at the North Main Street part of 92 and cut past Ace Hardware and the high school and all that. But
yeah,
apparently there was a motorcycle cop giving out tickets for people that were turning right on red at that intersection. And apparently it's only been posted recently. But then when I went by today, I wanted to see if I could see the sign, and there was no sign to say you can't turn right on red. And there used to be a sign up at the next intersection at across from Strawflower and at the Chevron station where you would turn right to go north on 92 there from North Main Street. And that sign's gone also. So do you have any interesting observations about that? Why they took it down after putting it up?
no, but I will check with Maz to find out what's going on. It's news
Okey
to
doke.
me.
Thank you so much. That was.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Sid.
I have one other question about airport, and that's a lot of
Okay.
people are complaining about the noise levels and the planes going outside the border line of where they're supposed to fly when they're doing touch and goes. And I was wondering if you could get the San Mateo County Airport people over here to, address the community's concerns. I got his phone number today while I stopped by the San Carlos Airport because I was in Redwood City anyway. I had to drive right by it. Would you consider that for a future agenda item?
Sure, we can consider that.
Okay.
We can talk about that later during future agendas if you want to pass
Alrighty.
along that
That's-
information.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time? Okay, I don't see any other public comments, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda, though one of the minutes is not ready yet. I believe that's the August 11th minutes. Is that correct, Dave?
I did not complete them.
Okay, so we need to pull the August 11th minutes. I also had a comment on the September 8th minutes, that there was
I think to correct them, we need to pull them from consent. And then
we need it, okay.
we can do it before the regular agenda because it's a real fast correction.
Okay, so let's pull, just for ease, let's pull both all the minutes from consent, and we'll move that to the regular agenda. Okay, on to the regular agenda. The regular agenda item, we're gonna start with the minutes. I have a comment on the September 8th minutes, and that there was a statement there that was not relevant to that meeting. And it's at the end of the minutes under council activity. It says, Michelle reported that the newsletter is again ready to send out. That happened back in July. So I caught that was not, I would like that removed from this September 8th minutes. Do we need to vote on that amendment?
No, we can just, now that it's on a regular agenda item, we can just vote on
Okay,
that one as amended, since it's just a small correction. You
okay.
can call for discussion, but I don't think anybody wants to.
Does anyone want to discuss? Okay, I don't see anything. So the motion, do we need a motion, I guess, to approve the minutes for July 28th and the minutes for September 8th as amended?
So moved.
All right, Claire moved. Greg, you want a second?
I'll second.
Dave, please call the roll.
Sure. Hold on a second here. Claire,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Jill, not here. Greg,
Yes.
Len,
yes,
Michelle,
Yes.
and I'm yes, so 6-0.
Okay, great. All right, we're going to move on to the item 4A on the regular agenda, which is a project about Moss Beach and some congestion and safety improvements. So we're going to listen to a presentation by Shonda Singh, who's from the Planning and Building Department. She brought this to us. They've been working on a proposal for a grant that would fund a study to look at the intersections in Moss Beach and potential improvements to that come out of Connect the Coastside. And so I'm going to hand it over to Shonda, who's going to give the presentation, and then we can summarize the letter, and then we'll discuss. Shonda, do you want to share your screen? Are you?
Sure. I actually asked Dave to do it because I am having some issues with my computer. So Dave,
Okay.
whenever you're ready. But good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. Again, I'm Shonda Singh. I'm a senior transportation planner with the county's Planning and Building Department.
Okay. Should be sharing now. I'll try and get it back in a more normal mode. It's always hard with Zoom.
We don't see it. It's just a black screen. It says you've started sharing, but.
Okay, let me try that again then.
And also for everyone who wants to follow along, I did post this to the website. So it's on the MCC website, midcoastcommunitycouncil.org, on the very first page under tonight's meeting.
Okay, are you all seeing it now?
Unfortunately not. I wonder if it's it says double click to enter full screen mode. Maybe that's what it says for me at least.
I think that's just Zoom. When somebody shares. Well, that's interesting because it all seems to be sharing normally for me.
I can try it if you give me a minute.
Yeah.
You can keep working on it.
Okay.
Thanks, Michelle and Dave. Sorry for the.
No, it's just. Are you seeing it now?
No, I don't know what's going on.
That is so
I just
weird.
stopped you too.
Okay.
It was the black screen again, and I'm trying to share, so.
Okay, I'm gonna.
It may have kicked you off.
Sharing. Yeah.
There is something.
Okay, so now we see the letter. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, but now I got to get into presentation mode here. Hold on. Now, can you see it?
Yes,
Yep.
That's great. Thank
Okay.
you so much. Okay. So I think we can actually go ahead and go to the next slide. Thanks, Michelle. So I'm here today to request a letter of support from the MCC for Planning and Buildings grant application to the 2021 San Mateo County Transportation Authority's Highway Program Call for Projects to fund a project study report, project development support, project initiation document for Highway 1 between 16th Street and Cypress Avenue in Moss Beach. And I'll share a little bit more about what that is. I'm already apologizing for all the acronyms that are embedded in transportation planning. Next slide. So just a little bit of background on this funding source. This call for projects is administered by the San Mateo County Transportation Authority. And the focus of the program is to reduce traffic congestion and improve traffic throughput and safety. And about $100 million is going to be available countywide through this call. And the funds come from two local sales tax measures, measures A and W, which are both half-cent sales tax. The only projects that are eligible for this program, they have to be included in the Transportation Authority's capital improvement program. And there's a link on the slides so you can see sort of what's in there. And for those who are applying, if you're a project sponsor, like the county would be, you have to provide a cash match of 10% of your total project cost for the source as a minimum. And the applications are actually due on Friday. Next slide. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a very high level background around major project phases from a Caltrans perspective for a highway project. So in order to implement a major highway project, it must go through about 5 phases. And moving from phase to phase really requires significant partnerships and investments from the project sponsor, the entity that's interested in implementing the project and leading it. In addition to strong partnerships with the state of California Department of Transportation, also known as Caltrans. So the first is preliminary planning, where you identify a project's need and think about the big picture issues and opportunities. So on the coast side, plans like Connect the Coast Side, the 2015 preliminary planning study for Highway 1, the safety and operational improvements, and the Highway 1 mobility studies sort of all serve as this basis for preliminary planning, identifying potential projects and issues and opportunities. The next stage of development is really what's called developing a project initiation document. It's often called a PID, and that's what we're seeking funding to do with this grant opportunity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But what I wanted to clarify was that having a project initiation document is a requirement to be eligible for a project to be included in the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is our state's multi-year capital improvement program. And so that is really the source of funding for capital highway projects. And so what this means is that without a project initiation document, we are not eligible to be eligible for that funding or to be able to be part of that programmed document. And then, so that's sort of the why this is an important phase to sort of move forward with. I'm not going to focus on these rest of the phases that are in here, but just wanted to show kind of the big picture around process and sort of the what sort of has to happen to move a project along. The link at the bottom is actually a document that Caltrans has prepared that sort of lays out in somewhat general terms what those phases are, and I recommend, if you're interested, to take a look at that. Next slide. So what we're seeking funding to do is to develop what's called a project study report, project development study, project initiation document, a PSR PDS PID. And the main purpose of the PID is to better define a project's scope, cost, and schedule, and obtain conceptual approval from Caltrans. And like I said before, it's also used to scope the project so that it can be programmed for the State Transportation Improvement Program. In developing the PID, it provides an analysis of major issues like traffic operations, finance, utilities, environmental, and sort of the constructability of the project, and evaluates potential alternatives. So really what it's trying to do is showcase what a need for a project is, identify potential things that could address those needs, and then evaluate what are all of the ramifications for different options and what could be potential environmental consequences that we need to consider, potential utility conflicts, and then laying out those costs and risks of those different alternatives. So really what that does is set us up for knowing how many resources would be needed for the next phase of development. So like it says on the slide, a key outcome of the process is to estimate the support costs that are needed for the next phase in order to program those funds. Caltrans has a very specific format and with required information to develop one of these documents. And for when an outside entity like the county is the project sponsor, we have to pay for Caltrans oversight of the project. So Caltrans would be deeply involved in the development of this document. Next slide. So as I mentioned, our proposed application is to request funding to develop this PID. And if we were awarded, we would engage the services of a consultant to prepare the document and all of the required elements and fund Caltrans for their oversight. The PID would study the different alternatives that have come out of plans like Connect the Coast Side to identify those trade-offs and constraints, and taking into account the different preferences and needs that are already happening on the coast side, like the future parallel trail in Moss Beach. Next slide. So there are very limited public funding sources for new highway projects. The State Transportation Improvement Program has historically been that main funding source. So again, I can't underscore enough, I guess, in order for us to be eligible for that source, we have to have an approved PID. The funding sources to prepare PIDs are also fairly limited and dependent on local sources of funding. This highway program call for projects that's administered by the Transportation Authority is the primary source of local funds to develop a document like this. It's also the largest TA funding program. So it's critical that we submit an application for this funding call for this phase of work, as these calls don't really happen often. We anticipate that there will be a call in maybe 2023 or 2024, but that's not confirmed. We also think that doing this detailed analysis of the intersections in Moss Beach was something we heard from stakeholders during Connect the Coast Side, and it's also been identified as an early action in the plan. We think it's really the right next step, and we've been advised from Caltrans that this is the appropriate next step in order to move forward with implementation of projects in Moss Beach. Next slide. So the draft letter before you today generally describes the MCC's involvement with Connect the Coast Side and its development. It describes at a high level the feedback we heard from stakeholders, specifically on the intersection controls, and it affirms the council's support for the county taking this next step and applying for these funds. Next slide. And with that, I am happy to take your questions, and thank you so much for considering.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I want to start at this point with any clarifying questions for Chanda from the council. Greg?
Chanda, will you define the scope of this to include a robust simulation of the traffic, including the various alternatives for traffic controls? Will you make sure that's part of the definition? Because I was not impressed, nor were the people I had look at it, with the DKS efforts in the last set of documents.
So I'm not familiar, to be totally honest, I'm not familiar with the actual traffic operational analysis that Caltrans requires. So they have a specific process that they use to study as alternatives. I will ask about whether simulation specifically is one of them. The scope of work definitely includes that more detailed analysis, like more detailed than what was put in for Connect the Coast. But I don't know if it includes a specific simulation.
Okay, next, Dan.
Thank you, Shonda. I want to echo Greg's concern about simulation. And I do know that Caltrain has done that in the past. I think it's called, what was it called? Yeah, a certain type of software simulation that shows how traffic would react under different types of controls. My big concern is, I've been a big part of the highway mobility study and all of this, and being part of community coming out in the evenings and giving all their energy to give input on their concerns with whatever's done to Highway 1. And excuse me, I just want to make certain that the community doesn't get worn out by a whole nother set of long studies and projects. That the community has every ample opportunity to participate and give their input and question what might be proposed, and having all the information out there so that we know what Caltrans is thinking. So I'm hoping that we can expect that.
Yeah, definitely. The scope includes community engagement, including presentations to the MCC, site visits, and just ensuring that we have some public information. The typical process, I would say that typically what I've gathered is that the preparation of PIDs is usually pretty limited on engagement. It's a standard sort of 12 to 18 month process. The intent is really to evaluate those alternatives from those other perspectives, utilities and environmental. So I think it's not going to necessarily come forward with a specific recommendation. It's going to evaluate the different alternatives. But to answer your question, there is community engagement built into the scope as it is written.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Len.
So in a big picture sense, for Moss Beach, there were in the earlier documents for Connect the Coastside 3 potential intersections where controls would be involved. Is this phase to look at all 3 to consider both each of them individually, how they may play together? And then a separate process is if they find there is an intersection that does meet the criteria, to move ahead with that and then have a process they refer to as an intersection control evaluation to say what kind of controls would be put in at the intersection, and that's a later phase. Is that a correct understanding?
I think that the way I would describe this is that we're looking at the whole corridor together. So 16 to Cypress, with a focus on those 3 intersections to evaluate the alternatives together. My understanding is that I think at this point, the intersection control evaluation process might be embedded in this. We want to evaluate roundabout signals and turn and acceleration lanes and the combination of those at those 3 locations to understand what the impacts would be and what constraints would be at each. So I think we're thinking about this as a corridor level of approach, but really trying to distinguish with the 3 how they would operate together dependent on the different alternatives. Does that make sense?
Well, I think so, but then a separate step is to say this particular intersection will go ahead with construction separate from what this phase is.
Right. So the PID will evaluate the different alternatives, and then it's up to the projects, which will lay out the costs for the various alternatives. And it could be a range, like it could say it's like 10 million to 30 million. But the idea is to get the next step programmed. And so then at that point is when we move into the next phase of more detailed design with a preferred alternative would need to be selected after that to move forward with, which would be a whole other process to get resources to do that phase. So the outcome of this is really to understand how the alternatives differ and which ones meet the project need, the need best.
Thank you.
Great. I want to get to the letter before we go to public comment, but I did see we had a couple questions in the chat and might make sense for Shonda to answer those quickly. The first is about whether the project would include any pedestrian access, crossing, and safety to facilitate pedestrian crossing on Highway 1. And that, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, we heard through Connect the Coast side that there is a need to and desire to cross Highway 1, especially in central Moss Beach. And so at each of these locations, if there was a control, depending on the control, like what's selected, pedestrian crossings would be provided. If the alternative is a turn and acceleration lane, that would also be a pedestrian crossing would be considered as part of that. So it would be part of the study.
Okay, great. And the next question is about, well, roundabout and highway lighting. Is lighting included in this?
I believe it is. I'll need to get back to you on that. I mean, so any intersection control that's provided, if it's whether it's a roundabout or a signal, is going to require some amount of lighting to make it safe. So I'm not sure exactly what this question is getting at. I don't know whether there would be an actual evaluation about the feasibility of lighting or anything like that, but in order to, in the future, some amount of lighting would have to be provided to make the intersection safer.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share the letter. I'm not going to read it all. It is posted on the website and has been for a couple of days, but I'm going to share my screen and then just walk through it quickly. Okay, so the letter is to the Transportation Authority who's providing the grant opportunity. The first paragraph just basically tells who we are and that it's a letter of support for this project. The second paragraph talks about how about Connect the Coast Side, the comprehensive transportation management plan, some of the issues that we found, specifically traffic, congestion, and safety issues. Talks about how driving is the most common way to get around and how there aren't safe walking or bicycle facilities. The third paragraph goes on to talk about how we support Connect the Coast Side's vision to provide, to improve the conditions for all users. It goes into some detail about differing opinions of stakeholders in terms of whether it would be like a roundabout or a signal. It doesn't make any definitive statements in terms of which ones we would want, because that's going to be something that's studied. And then the final paragraph is just saying that this is a crucial step, specifically mentions the 3 intersections and says that we strongly support the application. Okay, at this point, I'm going to open up for public comment. So if any members of the public would like to speak on this, you can each have up to 3 minutes, and I'm going to start with Sid Young.
Hi. You know, I think I kind of echoed Dan's earlier concern that, you know, I too had, and along with, I'm sure, Lisa Ketchum and many people in the Moss Beach Midcoast area have been to multitudes of meetings, and we're still not funded. We still don't have a plan. We're still putting it down another plan. But I would just like to say that Montera has 7 highway lights in their intersection. I mean, and their commercial strip, but they don't even have very many roads on the other side of their highway. It's the Pacific Ocean pretty much, and a couple little houses. But, you know, we have commercial on both sides of Highway 1. There's only one highway light at all. And that's where that intersection that they slapped down the paint for a really ad hoc crosswalk at the last minute. And even at night, you cannot tell why the cars up ahead of you are suddenly coming to a stop on a highway, because you can't see well enough at night to see pedestrians crossing there, especially if you're 3 cars back or something. So I don't really know what the reasoning was for putting in 7 lights in Montera and no lights in Moss Beach. And I heard Supervisor Horsley said he had to lobby to get 1 light just for that crosswalk area. And so I think it's really important, if you're going to put in a lot more, cross traffic and signals and or whatever, even roundabouts, you really have to consider lighting up that area a little bit better at night, because it's dark. And then I guess the other thing is I'd really be interested in having a in-person meeting again, because I found the Connect the Coast side during COVID chat rooms or whatever they were horrible. I mean, you only got a chance to talk for a few minutes about one little issue, and then it was mostly county people in your chat room. There was like maybe 2 residents per chat room. So I'd really rather see a more robust back and forth of actual people that live here that want to see their improvements happening. And if you don't get the funding, can you at least try to get a center lane like they have in Montera, where as you drive through, whether you're making a right turn or left turn, you have a little refuge place in the middle of the highway to wait till traffic comes so you can merge, because we don't have that in Moss Beach at all. And even right where I live, I have to come and go out of Cypress, and you wait and wait, and all of a sudden here comes a car. Just when you think you can pull out on the highway, they're turning left into Cypress, and you're trying to go north. There's no acceleration lane. So now you have to wait and wait and wait again. But if there was a middle lane, you could dart out there and wait a little longer and not have such a crazy backup on Cypress. It's already I forget the thing, but it's an F as far as backing up. Yeah, thank you. I know you live there too, Michelle.
I do. I have to turn left out of Cypress all the time, and it's challenging. Hard. Yes, especially on the weekends. Okay, but 3 minutes is up.
I know.
So we'll see if anyone else has public comment on this topic. Okay, I don't see any other public comments. So we're going to go to members of the council to discuss the letter. Does anyone want to go first, or should I just go around? Okay, I'll just start with Claire.
I think the letter is fine. With these kinds of letters, I really don't worry too much about the details of what's in them. The point is that we think this is a worthy cause, that they get the money so they can keep working on it. And it says that, I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Next, I'll go to Dave.
I don't have anything to say. I think the letter is reasonably good for its intended purpose. We definitely need to step. And I don't think there's anything else to say.
Okay. Len? Len, you're on mute.
Echo what Dave and Claire said.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
With apologies, I do support the idea and what Shanda's presenting. Obviously, we need to let them get their money. But I couldn't resist the opportunity to ask for a change to the letter in one sentence at the end of paragraph 3. And I know I wasn't on the council when you all reviewed the roundabout issue, but to spend 5 to 10 times the money on something that I know has killed people, and I've seen myself in Cambridge, Massachusetts, did not work when they put 3 roundabouts on a dominant road. The traffic is 14-1 on Highway 1 compared to the side streets. So I couldn't resist augmenting the statement about roundabouts, but otherwise I'm fine with the letter.
Okay, so if you want to do that, you can make a motion. Make a motion.
Okay.
And we can see if you get a
so
second.
I move to amend the letter to correct the last sentence of paragraph 3 as I put in the chat. It's in quotes. If there's no
We're all
second, I'll
scrolling.
understand.
It has to be read out loud, Greg, and since you're making the amendment, please read it out.
All right, some stakeholders question whether roundabouts would be feasible with potential environmental constraints, comma, the dominant flow of Highway 1 traffic and disaster evacuation burdens, and desired more evaluation of potential alternatives, unquote. I thought it was necessary to mention the dominant flow, the disaster evacuation concerns, et cetera.
Okay, so the amendment, and is everything after the comma?
Yeah, I'll
It's
pull
just
it up
what's in
and put it on
quotes.
my
Just what in
screen
quotes.
if we get a second.
Greg,
Anyone want?
would you be open to adding, you know, simulation, potential alternatives with simulations? If, would you be open to adding that into your, or I might make another amendment.
Well, they're saying they're going to do simulations, and they're going to have to do simulations to do a responsible
I
job.
didn't hear that. I didn't hear that they're certain that they will do. I think it's good to have it on record, especially supporting the funding for the project. Anyway, it's just a thought. I may.
Dan, I'm going to pass on that for this amendment.
Okay.
Just because I think it's going to get into the weeds.
Okay.
Anyone
so
want to second that amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up my screen and show what it would look like. Does anyone want to comment on that, or should we move to a vote? Just a second.
I will comment that I don't think that is an appropriate amendment. I will vote against it.
Claire? Thanks, Dave. Claire, I see Claire has her hand up too. Please go, Claire.
Yeah, I would comment that I would prefer that we not get into a back and forth about pluses and minuses of the issues, that this is support for people studying the issues, and that those issues, these points of view can be raised in that context, not this context.
Really, just correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but this is the only change to the sentence.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, Len, oh, sorry, Len?
I don't believe it belongs in this letter. And as a matter of opinion, it would require further discussion to even want to go there as a council. So I'm not supportive.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote then.
I just could continue discussion. Could I make another comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
So, I just wanted to say that, you know, that this is very important information because I think it's important that it's written down. I think it's important that everybody is aware of the concern. So I support it. I think it's very important that it's in here. So I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Okay. Let's move to a vote then.
Okay, Claire?
We're voting as to whether to approve the
amendment, we're just
yes.
the amendment, sorry.
I'm sorry, as secretary, I should have called that out. We are now voting on whether to approve the amendment to the letter. Claire?
No.
Dan?
Yes.
Jill is not present. Greg?
Yes.
Len?
No.
Michelle?
No.
And Dave is no. So the amendment fails for 2.
Okay.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, what would your amendment be?
So at the end of the third paragraph, to add more evaluation of potential alternatives with, I'm sorry, yeah, just add with simulations.
Okay, is there a second?
I think I'm honored bound to second Dan's motion out of courtesy, even though I know where it's going.
Okay, there's a second. Would anyone like to comment on this? Dan, sounds like you do.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, it's very important for the community to be able to truly understand what the impact would be to any alternative. It's very difficult to really understand. And you know, I'll tell everybody, when they did the new bridge up in Pacifica, I went to one of the Caltrans meetings, and I believe I'm remembering it now. It's called VISM. I believe it's VISS IM software. Basically, it showed exactly how the cars would flow and would back up. You know, relating to the detour as they were replacing that bridge. So it's very helpful. I've experienced it firsthand, and you know, I think that it's the way to go. Caltrans obviously knows how to do it. They've done it before. It should be standard operating procedure, in my opinion. So I hope we could get full support from the council. Just by adding this, I think it just raises a little bit more attention to it, and you know, to the council and the community.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Len, I see you have your hand raised.
Yes, I think this is a reasonable additional qualification to put in, so I'm for it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll, have a roll call vote on this amendment to the letter. Dave, please call the roll.
Claire,
No,
Dan,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Len,
Yes.
Michelle,
No.
Dave is no. That means that it
What happens now?
failed.
I think it
It
fails.
Yeah.
3 to
that's
3
right.
fails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. All right, this fails. I'm going to remove that from the letter. Can we move to a vote on the letter?
Mhm.
I move we approve the letter
original.
as not amended.
Thank you.
Second.
And I just wanted to call out, I saw in the chat that Kimberly Williams did want to speak during public comment, but she wasn't able to raise her hand. So she just wanted to comment that as a resident, it's important to equally emphasize pedestrian and bike access. She thinks that the letter focuses more on vehicles and that pedestrian access should be included. Okay.
She has a good point.
Would anyone like to make any additional amendments?
It does seem, given all of our discussions and the questions, that is worth adding somewhere. I'm not sure where the best place to add it in the letter is.
There's, in the second paragraph, it does mention walking and biking. But kind of in a negative way.
Let's see, it mentions it in the second. I'll just share my screen again. It mentions it here. It says driving is the most common way of getting around. There are no safe and continuous walking and bicycling facilities.
Okay, can I suggest we simply amend it and say, because there are no safe?
No, it's like a colon, so it's explaining.
I'll remove the colon.
What about the following paragraph,
Mm-hmm.
which I guess you highlighted as well?
Yeah, just search for walking.
I don't know, does that cover it?
I feel that covers it.
How about just changing walking to pedestrians in both places? Because that matches the way Caltrans refers to people who walk.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I will move that we amend the letter to change the word walking. Those two.
Is there a second?
Well, it's a different part of speech in these two places. The first
It
one
has to be pedestrians here. Right, pedestrian and bicycling facilities, and then
yeah, that's fine, and the other one would have to be
Plural. That is
pedestrians. Yeah, there you go.
Good call.
cyclists, though. Should
Yeah.
it be?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get down to the nitpicking, but since we're amending anyway, let's go with it.
Okay, I'll
hold on.
second that. Oh, do you
It
want
sounds like Kimberly is okay with that. Okay,
Can I make a discussion point?
sure.
Yep.
I hope you will all support my amendment to the Brown Act, which would allow all this kind of letter rewriting to be done on an official website before and between meetings, so that we didn't have to do this at meetings at the last minute. We could have exchanged all these views in public on a blog and had this fixed already. Don, when you get to the state capitol, would you handle that?
All right. Okay, look, can we, any
Okay.
other discussions on?
I think
Okay.
that would be a Brown Act violation, Greg.
That's why I want to change the Brown Act.
All right, let's move to, let's vote on this amendment. Dave, please call the roll.
Hold on, I'm just typing a little bit. Okay, Claire,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Len,
Yes,
Michelle,
Yes.
and Dave is also yes.
Okay. Now let's vote on, unless anyone else has any comments, let's vote on the letter as amended.
It's on the floor, right?
Yeah, so,
Yes.
so Greg, you need to remake the motion.
Oh,
I move to adopt the letter as amended.
Thank you.
second,
Okay. Are we ready for roll call?
yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Dan,
I just wanted to. Yeah, okay, yes.
Greg?
Yeah.
Len,
yes,
Michelle,
Yes.
and I'm also yes, it passes 6-0.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're gonna move. Yes, and thanks, Chanda, for being here. I'll send the letter to you without the draft watermark tomorrow. We're gonna move on to item 4B, which is El Granada wildfire preparedness. This is a broad topic tonight. I will note that we do have an item 4C, which is very specific to the petition that our community member Keith Mangold circulated in El Granada about eucalyptus removal. So if you have any comments about that, please hold those for agenda item 4C. But this is a broader topic. I'm going to hand it over to Len to introduce the topic, And then we will also hear from Nicholas Calderon from San Mateo County Parks and Quavo from Public Works. So Len, please go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you, Claire. I'm going to share my screen. So I'm sharing here and over here. So is my screen visible to everyone?
That's good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so prior to moving forward with the actual project, and Sheena did a good job of giving an overview that it's ready to go, moving on to the selection of a consultant to cover a few points in a particular area. So first of all, there are basically the one thing I want to cite is the question of the scenarios being used for actions has created some diversity of opinion, and I want to highlight what's been put in play in different forms. In particular, winds are an important driving force of wildfires, and I think it's recognized that there are really two types of winds that are relevant here. The prevailing winds, which on the coast tend to run from the north to the south, modified by the actual configuration of the coast, and the Diablo winds, which periodically more in the spring and the fall come from onshore to offshore, as shown in the arrows. And consequently, we've heard comments on different scenarios. I think last fall, Forester Rich Sampson gave a presentation at our CAL FIRE meeting to talk specifically about the issues that can be associated with the Diablo winds, along with the other conditions that we have here, eucalyptus, dry conditions, and more recently, the lightning storms that occurred. And so I put the link to that right here. In working on a lot of the programs, Parks Director Calderon often looks to the prevailing winds as having a major influence and highlights that as a wildfire risk. And those tend to move, as I said, more in the south direction on the coast, as shown in the arrows. To review the work that's been done, the first project work formally really kicked off in a big way was the governor's 2019 fuel break program. Following that program, there was a section of it that was on El Granada Boulevard that was not completed. Forester Rich Sampson was the forester for the project. So I spoke with him about that. And the major reason he cited to me was that along El Granada, there's about 20 acres that are on a very steep pitched hillside. And the actual effort to log and bring those out is something that needs to be done, but it was beyond the work capabilities of that project. So that was not done at that time when the project was declared complete. Going forward, earlier this year, 32 projects for a 5-year plan were put forward. In particular, there was project 16, which was for Quarry Park with emphasis on Murata East. And it contained also an indication of work along El Granada Boulevard. And that's shown in the map taken from that first version of the projects. Going forward, the Coastal Conservancy brought forward a project effort that was trying to go with projects that were ready to go and shovel ready. So they worked with the county to put together a new version of Project 16, which is now the one that's available, and that's shown there on the left. And that eliminated the El Granada Boulevard work. But this is going from one that wasn't specifically defined in the original version to one that met the criteria of the Coastal Conservancy. And so that grant work is underway. It did not in any way say that further work couldn't go on in that area, but that project hasn't been put forward. So you have different wildfire scenarios here. And looking at this, and as we were going forward with the RFP, I was concerned that both these two scenarios, as well as other that might come to light, would be part of the project work, rather than considering what was been put on the table so far. And so Kellix Nelson, the director, made an explicit statement that I'm confirming that the RCD project has complete freedom to review, research, and decide what projects and what scenarios to work with. Also, I think when we had the last meeting that Rich Sampson spoke to it to try to give a feel for the cost of a large effort to eliminate eucalyptus, Supervisor Horsley was present. And then really stepping back to talk about this problem of resiliency, he made a statement that when he looked at the county as a whole, and this is really a big picture statement, he said he was prepared to consider a very large bond measure that would obviously go over many years. It could be as much as $500 billion with a B. That quote's right here, and Don's here to confirm that. And I think it's important to think of that as we go into this project, because we both have a concern about what are the next project or two that we should do and where should we do them, as well as what are the really the long-term goals we want to do that will take considerable time to accomplish. So I wanted to highlight that. At this point, so the county has moved ahead both with projects in Quarry Park as well as the Medians project. So I want to pass the baton over to Kwa Bo to give an update on what's been going on with the Medians project. So Kwa, do you have any slides, or I'll stop sharing this?
Hi, Len, thank you. No, I do not have any slides. I wasn't prepared to present slides, but the updates and information are available on our department's website, and specifically the project's website. Just to give you a brief update, the contractor is moving along. The anticipated completion is still at the end of September. We've talked to the superintendent yesterday morning, and he indicated that all the tree removal and tree trimming will be done by the end of next week. However, due to the distance between the job site and the final disposal location, which is in the Tracy Stockton area,
CSC to speak on that. And I know there were some issues that were raised, not in a long-term sense of possible interest, but I think at this point, they haven't necessarily come forward. I don't know whether in turning this over, Michelle, to the community for a moment, whether the community has anyone who would like to ask questions about this area or has any further comments for Kwa.
Well, I'd prefer to wait and have all community questions together if Kwa is able to hold on until after we hear from Nicholas as well.
Okay, very good. Before I go to Nicholas, here's one other slide I noticed that I missed, so I want to just share that momentarily. This has to do with the overall framework of the project. I think the things to highlight here in terms of the work elements, as I noted in the slides, there's an understanding of wildfire scenarios that is broad, that RCD is committed to, as well as developing the action plans, and that there is a strong focus on eucalyptus. Second, RCD is a project manager, and they've identified 3 key partners: San Mateo County, CAL FIRE, and the Midcoast Community Council. And they've also identified a framework in which those partners would have discussions with the consultant. And as the consultant comes on board, I think there'll be more details made. The question I have for Sheena within this is, I'm assuming that the Midcoast Community Council, which can put up to 3 of its members on this particular sort of leadership committee, can also, working with a consultant and others, organize other sessions to inform and take opinions from the community. It's something, a detail we could work out as the project goes along. Is that a fair assumption on my part, Sheena? Is Sheena still there?
Len, I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
here. So Len, your question is if you want to have more members on this?
No,
Like,
no,
what's your
I think,
question?
no. The MCC can put up to 3 of its members on this partners group, but as we go into particular details, can we organize meetings with the community? That is separate from what you
That's
would
what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping that you will do. I'm hoping that you will organize community meetings to have some further discussions, right? Because
Right.
we want to make sure that we're having a streamlined discussion with the consultant, right? Like if we can't have everybody calling up the consultant separately, that doesn't make sense. It makes sense to have a more streamlined discussion. So however the community wants to organize themselves to make sure that you're collecting information and sharing it, I think that's great. And I think that's up to how MCC wants to organize
Yeah.
that.
So that's the
And
point.
then RCD will facilitate. Yeah, RCD will facilitate.
Great, thank you. Okay, so at this point then, turn it over to Nicholas, who is here.
Yeah, Len, sorry, give me 1 second. All right. So, Len, to be clear, I was preparing to speak about parking lots at Quarry Park, provide an update on the pump track. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding fire. Not sure specifically what type of conversation you'd like to have on that, though.
No, that's in line. I gave a quick summary background of things you've done or underway. And just as Kwa was opened up on what might be done with respect to the medians where he's cleared things, you had things you wanted to bring forward there. So go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple updates. First is we've had to, delay start of construction of the pump track. Reason being, when we looked at the Coastal Conservancy project and realized that we could recognize greater value of the work being done, not necessarily financially, but being able to remove more trees, thin more understory vegetation. But in order to do so, we would have to be using that meadow where the pump track's going as a staging area. That's actually where, if you've been out to Quarry Park over the last 2 weeks, you will have seen a lot of large, mature eucalyptus trees having been dropped there. And so when you look at the overall work going on, we needed to get that work done at this point so that we didn't build a track and then try to remove these trees once that track was in there. That would have likely caused some damage, and we wanted to avoid that situation. There's one of those things. We had set up a timeline, and then Parks and RCD worked to secure that Coastal Conservancy funding. And when we set our original schedule, it wasn't part of the equation. It is now. So we're going to be delaying the pump track project. The new schedule is as follows. In January, we'll take the project out to bid. We'll award the contract in February. Construction will occur between May and June, with June or July, that time frame will be when the project's completed and ready to be used. So at that point, all those large, a majority of those large eucalyptus trees that are along that meadow area will have been removed. We won't need to worry about trying to remove those after the track's been built. And we're optimistic that this is really the right approach. Again, given the Conservancy grant project that is underway, it just kind of gave us an opportunity to reevaluate how things were shaping up and do a little modification to the schedule. And then also as part of work that's going on, Qua talked about the work that's going on in the plazas and medians in El Granada. At Avenue, Alhambra, and Columbus, there's that semi-roundabout like feature referred to as C1. And that has currently been cleared, and the department is bringing to the community an opportunity or an idea to convert that area into a parking lot. So one of the things we've heard from and through some other initiatives is that people would like to see more parking. So we thought this was a great opportunity that was previously not available to us. And given the circumstances, we thought we would throw it out as an idea to see if the community is interested in pursuing this. I do have, would I be able to get, I'm not sure who the host is, if I'd be able to get screen sharing capabilities, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I'll give you the to you in just a second here, Nicholas.
Thanks, Dave.
There you go. You have it.
Awesome. So you should be able to see this. This is a rough rendering of what we're talking about. Again, rough, but it gives you a sense of what we're talking about, where we're talking about. It located immediately adjacent to Quarry Park. Maybe a better angle would be probably be this one right here. Second. So here you can see it, and if you can see my cursor, the way this would work is you would just traverse this area right here. We would grade this and add a path that would take you right to the parking. Right to the playground, and then into the main portion of the park. And again, this would just take cars off of the residential streets and put them into a designated parking lot. And so wanted to run this by the community and see if there was an interest in us pursuing this, or if this is something that there's not a whole lot of interest in, and we would just drop it, but thought it warranted a conversation with the Midcoast Community Council. That's pretty much what I have, but happy to answer any questions on the two issues I spoke about, as well as anything that Len brought up.
Okay, thank you. Len, did you have anything else to say before we go to questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start with the council for any clarifying questions, and these can be questions for Len, for Nicholas, or for Qua. Looks like first on the council to raise their hand is Dan Haggerty.
Yes, good evening, Nicholas. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, I heard about the idea of the parking at the C1. I understand there's quite a bit of opposition. There has been, I think, some talk about adding some parking inside the park. Personally, I think it would be a good idea to do some veins, in wherever we can add parking, not just enlarging, not planning to enlarge, have a big giant square rectangle parking lot, but have series of smaller areas where people could park off the road and such, very low impact. But as far as the C1, there is, yeah, I understand there's quite a bit of opposition for that.
Did you
in
have
the-
a question, Dan? Because
on
we
the-
can do comments later.
Yeah. Lynn mentioned that the estimate was $500 million to do work in Quarry Park.
No, Dan?
I'd like to know how that was calculated. I'd like to understand completely how that was
Let
calculated.
me clarify that. I put a link in the presentation to Don's making that comment. That had to do with resiliency work in the whole of San Mateo County. So the $500 million is a large, very large, rough estimate.
Okay, well,
Just to tell us, let me finish, just to tell us this, and Don's here as well, just to tell us the scope that might be considered over a 10-year period, things like that. So it was not Quarry Park specific, but Quarry Park operates within that framework.
I think in the past there was a number thrown out there, I think, and I just, whatever numbers were ever, told to the community, I'm hoping that that can be fully backed up, that you can clearly explain to the community how that was calculated and have it completely transparent and documented, easy to read for the community to understand.
So Dan, really quick, I'm pretty sure that's what RCD's project is going to look at, different solutions and different possible projects and policy changes. So everything you're asking for is going to, I believe, be incorporated into the RCD's project, which is why they're doing it. But I'll allow Sheena to correct me if I'm wrong on that.
So we'll be starting from a clean slate then, it sounds like, is what you're saying.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Yeah, that's
Sheena
correct
answer that.
in terms of quantification.
I could also add a little bit of information to that cost. Based on the current project that we're working on, $450,000 worth of work, that yielded about 80 trees, plus or minus one or two more. So that comes out to about $5,600 per tree to cut, grind, remove, off-haul. And that's also including the credit that the contractor is able to get from selling all of the logs and all of the chips and grindings that they're able to haul off into Stockton and Tracy to sell all of that as credit to them. If they were not able to do that, I anticipate the cost to remove the trees would be significantly higher.
So
that's interesting, Claude. Do you have any idea what the use is? Because we've heard so many times that there's no use for the eucalyptus trees.
They actually have that grinded up and are selling it to a plant, some kind of power generation plant in the Central Valley.
Interesting.
And that's why it's taking them a long time to haul all of the material over there. The traffic, the congestion, it's taking them a lot longer than they had planned.
Got it. Okay, Dan, your time's up. We can go back to you if you have any additional questions, but I want to make sure everyone on the council has a chance to ask.
I do have
We'll go back to you then, Dan. I'm going to go to Greg next.
So this is a question, and I'm not sure if Nicholas is the guy who can answer it, but it relates. I thought that was creative thinking about the parking and creative thinking about having to delay the work on the pump track. But I think you're going to see that a fire break along El Granada Boulevard is going to be a priority. And that, as I understand the topography, is right next to the meadow. So if we were going to cut those trees down, leaving the roots to prevent erosion, they would, it seems to me, roll downhill right next to the meadow. So my question is, won't we need to leave that meadow available to help keep the costs down on removing the eucalyptus? You may remember Danny Turwey talking about how he saved a lot of money because they had easy access to get the logs out of there. So, I sorry to make things complicated, but if the El Granada fuel break becomes, as I hope it will, a priority project, then don't we need to keep the meadow open to help remove those trees? Who can comment on that?
I can. So I discussed that.
Len,
with-
you first, and then if Nicholas would like to wait.
I discussed that briefly with Rich Sampson about it. I mentioned it in my slide presentation. I think his feeling was on Upper El Granada Boulevard, you would need to create a mechanism to basically pull the logs up and work with them. I'm not sure where, but that would be, rather than roll them down into the meadow, would he treat? And that's a project still to be worked out in detail.
Also, Greg, when you say the fuel break along El Granada Boulevard is not an isolated area. Are you referring to the bottom of it? Are you referring to the top of it? Where specifically along El Granada Boulevard are you referring to?
I'm referring to the houses I can see when I hike to the left of the meadow and I enter the park, Quarry Park. There's a bunch of houses up the hill. So that's the part I'm talking about.
So
I'm assuming there's,
you're referring to the lower part.
I guess that's right.
So,
Yeah, so my question is, removing those trees would seem to be easier to come through the meadow, but I'm just asking.
well, the track's going to be if you are coming in from, say, the parking lots behind you and you're looking down towards the reservoir, the track's on the right-hand side. You're referring to the trees that are on the left-hand side that has essentially its own meadow, its own staging area, its own area that would be available for stacking and storing logs.
Okay, so you don't see a problem. Fine, thanks.
No.
Okay, thanks for that question, Greg. I'm going to go on to Dave.
Yeah, just a real quick question, Nicholas. Have you run the parking idea past county council's office? Because as you're well aware from the negotiations with GCSD, county council has taken the position that the property owners adjacent own all the way out line, which means that 3/4 of that circle would be owned, well, almost 3/4 because of the other street would be owned by the adjacent property owners. And the park clearly owns 1/4 of it. It's inside the park boundary.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would probably just by ownership fact through Quarry Park own a majority of that, probably a little bit more than that. But when you look at the rights
it's actually 1/4 of it.
So when you look at the rights that are granted, we're talking about the difference between parking and putting playgrounds and putting play structures. So you'll remember, I was actually the one who wrote that agreement with Granada Community Service District between the county. And so as part of as a right of way, the county has certain legal rights, such as, access for vehicles, parking, things like that. So what we're proposing would be very much in line with that. So we're not, because we're not talking about putting a pump track or a playground or picnic areas there, we're not talking about recreational features. So yeah, we're very much in the clear with that.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, thanks. And next, Len.
I finished what I had to say earlier.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions from members of the council?
Yes, I have a question for.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
So Vo, you reported that the chips are being sold in Stockton. I think we were told that the chips were going to be kept on for mulch. And so I have a specific question. What exactly is the net savings when you calculate the cost to haul wood chips at prevailing rate trucking costs versus the actual money that's received for that truckload, and with the additional cost added to buy mulch and have more trucks driving? Can you give us some information on what is the net savings, or is it a net loss?
Sure. So the mulch that they are going to keep there are in the C1 and the C2 areas. Those areas, once the trees are clear, will be covered with the grindings or the mulch. The other areas where the trees are going to be trimmed, removed in the R1, R2, R3, and R4, those trees, those mulch are going to be removed from the site. In addition, C1 and C2, they can only keep about 6 inches of mulch there in each one of those two locations. And the reason is CAL FIRE said they do not want to have any more mulch than that, because that will generate or will create more fire potential than what we're trying to address. Regarding the cost savings, that's not our decision. We don't have any, it's a business decision for the contractor. What I can tell you is the difference between the lowest bid, which is this company, versus the next highest bid is about $250,000. I don't know if the other company has planned to sell any of that material or get credit, or however they do it. That's their business model. I can only share what we are paying with the lowest bid, which is $450, versus the next contractor with the higher bid, which was $200,000 to $260,000 more. So I guess we can look at that and say that could be the cost difference based on the business model.
Okay, yeah, maybe I misunderstood. I thought DPW was on board to save as much wood chips on the property as possible.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Kwa. I don't see any other hands raised from members of the council, so I'm gonna go to the public. Well, Sheena, you have your hand raised. I know you're part of the kind of the presenters in this. Did you want to say something right now before we go to public comment?
Yes, please. It's just a point of clarification. So the project that we're doing for the shaded field break along the fire roads, so that is a RCD project in partnership with County Parks, funded by the Coastal Conservancy. We keep calling it a Coastal Conservancy grant, which is nice, but there are funders. This is an RCD project in partnership with the county. So just want to make that clarification. I do think it's important to make.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, Supervisor Horsley?
Yeah, just wanted to comment on the alleged, I don't remember saying $500 million. I'm not sure what I said there at all, except that I knew that when we were talking about the Quarry Park as well as other fire dangers in the county, I think we talked about Quarry Park being, I don't know if it was 100 million or 200 million to get rid of all the eucalyptus trees. But if you really want to know what, there is an organization that was founded between the cities and the county it's called the City and County Association of Governments. It's called One Shoreline, and maybe they've already made a presentation to you. One Shoreline has 2 supervisors and 5 city council people, one of whom was Deborah Ruddock from Half Moon Bay. And the One Shoreline has talked about putting potentially a climate action item for the voters in 2022. And basically that San Mateo County is going to be adversely affected by the changing climate. We know that sea level is rising, and on the bay side, there's a tremendous amount of potential property loss, and putting something in a neighborhood of 100,000 people at risk. The coast side is less concerned, or less, I mean, it does certainly have sea level rise and coastal erosion, but it's not exactly the same as it is on the bay side. And at the same time, we recognize that the other part of climate change is that it's getting drier and hotter, and obviously we're in a long-term drought. And so there's an idea of potentially combining, again, we have to see what the public thinks, but there are water projects, there are stormwater projects, there are sewer, basically sewer treatment projects, there's fire resilience, and there's projects on the coast side as well. So we are thinking about it, the cost of all these things are astronomical, and $500 million, frankly, isn't really going to go very far. If you look at the bay side, San Francisco, for example, recently taxed themselves. They have a general obligation bond for $500 million for the Embarcadero, and it's going to cost in the billions. But the purpose of the one shoreline, it being an organization between the city and the counties, is that we're going to have to work collaboratively if we're going to be eligible for federal and state grants. And that's mainly on the sea level rise and climate change. But on the fire side, we do have huge needs as well. And Nicholas has talked about the projects he's doing, but the other thing that we work on is the Fire Safe Council. And you might want to hear from Denise and Nia. I think we have more projects going on with Fire Safe than even the Parks Department. I was really thinking about we're complaining about the Highway 1. That was part of we hear loud and clear of people on the coastline talking about potential evacuation. That's why we pressed Caltrans to start doing something about the eucalyptus. So if in the event there was a major fire, and if you had to evacuate, we don't want you to have to drive through through the fire. I mean, obviously you've seen that in areas like some of these fires in the state of California, where the road becomes engulfed in flame because the vegetation has basically grown completely over. By the way, if you want to see how difficult it is taking out eucalyptus, there are Fire Safe does have, and maybe it's has it too, and maybe you put it in the chat already, but there are videos showing how difficult it is and how extensive, and the work is really very difficult. And then, I know that we talked, probably people want to talk about Quarry Park. I kind of feel like the county got stuck with this, that I think we probably took Quarry Park maybe a decade or so ago into the county system. This is essentially trees that planted and grown over 100 years. It's going to take time. So I think we probably are going to have to look for additional revenue to be able to deal with all of the problems that we're going to have to face in the future. So thanks, Michelle.
Okay, thank you for being here and for making those comments. I'm going to go next to members of the public. Anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand now, and you'll each have up to 3 minutes to make any comments or questions. I'm going to start with Sid Young. Go ahead, Sid, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I don't think I need 3 minutes. I was going to ask Nicholas, how many cars are they allocating to be parked in that circle that he mentioned?
Are you asking what the parking capacity would be?
Yeah, what were you thinking?
We were thinking somewhere around 20.
20? Okay.
It's certainly bigger, but we're not looking to overdo it.
Yeah, and then the other thing I'm just going to mention, it's sort of like just came up tonight. The Coastside Fire Protection District just passed an ordinance for, see if I can remember, it's called flammable. It's not just vegetation management like weed abatement, but now there's some people that have trees on the paper streets up there in Upper El Granada, like Lewis Lane and stuff, and they own them, but they're absentee landowners, and they are touching properties that have homes in them, and those homeowners are very concerned about the fuel load on the vacant lots that are privately owned. And so they just passed a way to assess people for cleaning up their lots if they don't do it themselves. It's a big long list. You can go on their agenda package and see if any lot you own is on it, because there's like 4 or 5 pages. And they just did that tonight. So it's not just everybody that's going to be, making the county do things. They're going to make private property owners do things too. And the last thing I have is a question for Supervisor Horsley. He didn't really say what he was talking about, but it sounds like you're talking about a parcel tax. Is that right? Maybe not.
Well,
for one shoreline.
I'm not really sure if it's either revenue lease bonds or a geo bond, or I don't think it was ever completely figured that one out yet. So you will probably know by the middle of next year.
Well, I was just wondering if it was going to have a senior exemption. It's a bond, of course, we know we can't escape it. But for instance, when I forget who it was, but there were 9 counties that surround the bay, and they passed Measure AA, which was to assess, I think it's for 25 years, a $20 or $22 parcel tax to every single parcel in all 9 counties. But the money can only be spent on the inner bay. So it's really not fair because, you know, they're taxing everybody, but only the people with their hands out have to be along the bay, the shoreline. So that's why I was asking. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sid.
Sure.
Next, I'll go to Melinda McNaughton.
Hi, thank you. So I had some questions for Koa and Nicholas, and one of them, and I also just kind of upfront just want to comment as a community member that I do not like the idea of a parking lot in C1. I don't believe the people that live across the street from that would probably like that, and I'm all for replanting the medians, and I've got a core of people that are interested in doing that. My question is, can you leave some wood chips? Wouldn't it be cheaper and less costly to leave the wood chips so that we can use them in the replanting? Can you leave some of the trunks and cut out, have the tree cutters to cut out a wedge and make them into benches for some of the tree medians, just to reduce costs?
So the answer to the trunk is no. They would have to be grind down 12 inches below grade to prevent additional shoots from growing up. That's the recommendation from CAL FIRE.
Okay.
Can we leave the mulch there? What we have identified to be left there were in the C1 and the C2 areas. The areas in the R1, 2, 3, and 4, the trees that are going to be removed, the stumps are going to be grind down. Those are the only areas where the mulch will be left there. If we were to ask a contractor to do anything else outside of what was included in the contract, they would now be charging us to leave that material there. So it will be an additional cost to the contract and to the county. And that's not the direction where we want to move towards.
Okay. I guess I would suggest in the future, maybe thinking about restoration in conjunction with cutting, so that maybe we can save money on this type of stuff in the future, because I think it's really important. Like Don Horsley was saying just now, our climate's warming up and we're cutting trees. And I think we really have to be kind of careful about how we go about this. And luckily we can't clear cut everything all at once. I think that's lucky, so that we're not causing more climate change and drying out and issues with landslides and water absorbing into the, not absorbing into the soil. So I guess that was my 2 cents. I wanted to find out about those wood chips and the parking lot. And if the parking lot doesn't go through, is it possible for us to plant on C1 instead, just replant and restore?
If the parking lot doesn't go there, C1 and C2 and in any of the medians, the community could do and propose any improvements that it wants. However, the Granada Community Services District would have to take on the responsibility of maintaining all of that. Because that was I believe in the agreement that was executed with the county.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Melinda.
Okay.
All right, next I'll go to Graham Wood.
Okay, let's unmute myself. So I'm actually going to read a statement from Kevin Snuczynski. So Kevin is an El Granada resident who unfortunately can't present this himself this evening, as he's taking care of his partner who had surgery today. But he's recently become very aware of, more aware of El Granada wildlife issues and has been part of the signature collection that Keith will be talking about later in his presentation. Okay, so let me start. In the past year, numerous critical issues have come to the attention of a growing number of residents in El Granada, all of which have the residents of this township deeply concerned. We appreciate progress made by the MCC and hope to build on the successes within our community by addressing some current projects. Plans were approved and assigned funding to abate trees that are considered fire hazards in the El Granada Highlands, but those plans changed. By whom and for what reason is unclear. The overgrown and unchecked eucalyptus tree growth, both from quarry parks in complete fire break to unattended lots in the Highlands, has caused residents to lose their homeowners insurance. We have found during the process of signature collection that numerous residents have dealt with actual property damage, and in some instances, it has been life-threatening. It's not only an issue in the Highlands, but let's be clear, the Highlands are at imminent risk. The current project underway in the flatter parts of El Granada is also represented in the over 500 signatures collected. We canvassed the community to inform them that San Mateo County had made the assertion that homeowners bear the responsibility for the trees in front of their homes on the medians. We're also advised members of our community about plans being floated for a parking lot in place of an existing median. Yet there are no plans to address revegetation once the eucalyptus trees are removed, and almost 95% of those we spoke to are vehemently opposed to this. This body, the MCC, is charged with many initiatives to beautify and preserve the quality of life that residents would like to see maintained and expanded upon. Specifically, one of the MCC's charges is to ensure the long-range vision of the community, which meets the goals of its residents for an improved quality of life, protection of the environment, and sound economic planning. Community members have issued requests for action items, but to date, we have not gotten any formal and/or written response. At a previous meeting, it was mentioned that plans do not change or that changes could not occur to existing plans. However, this notion is not based on what we have seen, as there have been instances where already approved plans have changed, made to them, or approved plans are not completed, affecting the residents of El Granada adversely, disproportionately putting certain residents, such as those in the El Granada Highlands, at real risk. Trees and plants absorb carbon dioxide from exhausts and from greenhouse gas. Not only do they provide shade, but they also cool the land by emitting moisture into the air, thus keeping our fog and maritime layer maintained. This quite literally protects us from fire. We need to mitigate fire risk in a carbon neutral way by replanting fire resilient neighborhood, which helps the county follow its climate action plan for CO2 emission reduction. All of this is to formally request a reinstated plan and a budget for fire hazard abatement in the El Granada Highlands and the replanting of the medians, putting community members in a place where we are forced to deal with the real fire hazards and air quality depletion during a climate crisis is not sound politics or policy. We ask that you consider this request from over 500 residents which is supported by Coastside Hope. If there are any further steps we must take to make any real headway with these issues, please inform us of what those are. Okay, that is.
Okay, thank you for reading that. Thank you. Okay, next I'm going to go to Steve Terry.
Oh yeah, hang on, let me turn down the music. Hang on a second. Sorry. Hang on, sorry.
No problem.
Are you playing that song on purpose?
Okay, found it. Sorry. What I wanted to comment here was on the parking lot. And it's really stunning. I mean, I think it represents extreme hubris to suggest putting a parking lot on C1 Circle. Especially right if you cut down all the trees. I mean, the optics on this are really bad. The optics on this are very bad. And furthermore, and like the external lighting at the new fire station that blatantly violates its conditions of approval, this generates yet more cynicism within the county. And the county doesn't need us to be more cynical about it. And I think this goes in that direction. And this reminds me of the inimitable Lily Tomlin in the voice of Agnes Angst, who said, no matter how cynical you become, it's never enough to keep up. And so that's the feeling I get from this kind of presentation. Let me just say that I live in El Granada, I live nearby, and so I have a good sense of what's going on there. This circle is a block away from the park. I don't know why you want to put parking a block away from the park. There's the park, number one, the area in the park already, there's a lot of area inside the park that could be used for parking. And the current parking that's there now is not used optimized. It's not used in an optimized way. So that could be, you could get more parking out of the areas there now with the extra area that the park has lots of area in it. Secondly, parking is already available around all the C1 circle. The C1 circle has parking all around it. And so you want to put a parking lot inside an area that has parking all around it. Am I missing something here? Are you missing something here? And the P1, P2, P4 area, or R1, R1, R2, R3, R4 areas also have parking all around them. So there's already tons of parking. And lastly, number three, there's already a de facto parking lot. There's a de facto parking lot at El Granada Elementary School. And that's 4 or 5 blocks away. But this park has really only seen increased traffic during COVID. And I think one of the biggest traffic drivers for the park is the bicyclists. And they enjoy it a lot. It's a great place for mountain bikers. It's a great place. I see them go by all the time. But they already are parking a lot of them down at the elementary school. So all you have to do is say, okay, all bicyclists, you guys have to go down. You guys have to go down and park at the school. And that's simple to it. You've already got your overflow lot. Bingo. You have enough room for all the hikers to park up at the lot. Okay. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Let's see, who else do we have? I see some of the same people raising their hands again. I want to make sure every new person is heard. So we have Jane Price Silver.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm going to keep my questions very short, and I apologize for my dogs. My question's really to Nicholas Calderon. Just reviewing what happened with the parks in the medians, one of the big problems that never really got resolved was the county told the neighbors that they owned that property and any liability would fall on them. Just as a tree falls, the person who's adjacent to that property is responsible for that. That was a kind of a decision the county made to have the neighbors have that liability. When the discussion of parks came up, then the liability for the parks was going to fall on the adjacent neighbors. So one of the questions I have, and you don't have to answer it, but it's a concern of mine, is that if that's in a parking lot and the county has said the property adjacent, they own that, if something happens in the parking lot that's adjacent to that property owner, are they liable? And then the other question or comment I had was about easement rights. I understand that the county has access to those medians to do repairs and work on the utilities. And I guess the legal question of whether or not easement rights can be transferred from the person who has the easement rights to a whole other party, and this would be the public in general, is kind of a legal question that I would ask you to look into. Because when we had the parks presentation to GCSD, the question asked, would the adjacent neighbors get a letter of free them from liability? And the answer at that point was no, they would not get that. So those are some of the things that came up with that issue that I think would come up again with this site. But I'm against having parking there. I think it should be in the park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I don't see any other community members with hands raised. I'll give one last chance for people to speak. Lynn,
Michelle, I had been a little bit lax in taking hands down, so I took down all the hands of everybody who spoken. Melinda raised hers again. I just want to make sure that anybody else who thought they had re-raised their hand knew that I had lowered it.
got it. Okay, and Lynn, were you going to make a response to someone's question or comment? You're on mute.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Were you talking
Wait,
to me?
sorry, no, I was asking Len.
Yeah,
'cause he
that
had his
was
hand raised too.
when the council wraps up.
Okay, all right, we'll go back to you in a moment. Melinda, I'll go back to you. Since you've already spoken, I'll give you just one more minute.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to say I was in support of the letter that that was Keith's letter that Graham read. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just point of clarity there. I think Graham didn't, Keith is on the next agenda item and Graham read somebody else's letter.
Yeah, and I think that was relating to the next agenda item, but we'll talk about that more
Sure.
later. Okay, so and then Graham, did you want to speak on this agenda item?
Yes, so I mean, the reason that I put it on the letter on this agenda item is that it's more general than just the specific of talking about Keith's presentation. But on my own behalf, I would like to also make a comment. So
okay, go ahead.
Presented the information about the governor's project of 2019, and that there was a large area there that wasn't completed by the side of El Granada Boulevard, and there are still no plans in place to do anything about that area, despite the fact that it was one of the state's highest priorities at that stage. And the Project 16 changes that Len also showed means that now the El Granada Boulevard, this extremely high fire risk area, has been completely removed from the county's 5-year wildfire plan. Is that the case?
Graham, I presume that's a question for me.
It's a question for anyone who would like to answer it.
Yeah, are there any other?
Yeah, would be great if you would answer it, Nicholas.
I'd be more than happy to. Are there any other questions? I'm probably just going to kind of run through a number of answers that came up. Anything else that you'd like me to address?
No, that's the question that I had.
Okay. So I'll do the parking lot first, and then I'll do fire. So the reason we bring items like this to the Midcoast Community Council is to receive feedback. As I stated at the beginning, when I brought this forward, I wasn't saying what we're going to do. I'm simply asking, is this something that the community would like to see? That's what the Midcoast Community Council's purpose is. So when we bring ideas forward, that's not us saying this is what we're going to do. That's us saying, do people think this is a good idea? So I just want to be clear, because this is not us, forcing this idea on anyone. What I heard today was, don't put a parking lot there. So we're not going to put a parking lot there. It's that's the process. So I appreciate everyone's feedback on that. Again, that's the great value that this body adds, is that we can come and have this conversation in a public forum. So message was received. We will not be doing a parking lot at C1, I believe it is. So I appreciate everyone's feedback, and I appreciate everyone contributing to the conversation today. With regards to Len, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pull up that slide that shows the RCD Parks project and the Governor project, I'd be happy to explain. I'm sorry, the RCD Parks project and project number 16 out of the adopted wildfire fuel management program. I'm happy to address the question that Graham just asked.
Okay. Well, this isn't, right there. These two?
That's the perfect one. So, so Len, could you make that full screen? My eyes aren't what they
I
used to.
understand, yeah. What I'm gonna do here, hold on. Well, let's see here. I'm gonna, hold on, let's see. Okay, here, view.
Try to zoom, view zoom,
Yeah,
or just that green maximize button.
hold on. Okay. How's that?
Wonderful. No, that's perfect. And I guess the last thing I say, Steve, I think that's a phenomenal song, and definitely appreciate you bringing that one back into my mind. So I'll probably be listening to that later. So
Then you gotta put that other window down.
Gotcha.
Click that. Yeah, there we go.
So looking at the map on the left, you'll see three things. You're going to see a blue, I guess a teal, and then a hashed teal. So the blue was what work was treated by CAL FIRE during the governor's project. The teal is a 100-foot buffer along fire roads that will be treated as part of the project with RCD and parks. And then that hashed area is a 200-foot buffer where mature eucalyptus will be removed. Select mature eucalyptus will be removed within 200 feet, and then all that understory vegetation will be removed within 100 feet. So that is the project boundaries for the Parks RCD project that is funded by the Coastal Conservancy. The image on the right shows the scope of project number 16 in our wildfire fuel management program. And you are correct in that that swath along El Granada Boulevard is not included. The reason that swath is not included is because as part of the Coastal Conservancy grant requirements, the project needed to be, as Len said, shovel ready, which means you had to have your CEQA review and analysis completed. The County of San Mateo Parks Department and Department of Public Works operate under a routine maintenance manual that has gone through a CEQA review and that allows for certain activities, including understory thinning within 100 feet of road, park trails, roads, and facilities, and 200 feet of and mature eucalyptus or mature tree removal, hazard tree removal within 200 feet. And so when you look at what fell within that category, you have what is essentially the map on the left. The additional qualification there is the routine maintenance manual allows for removal of understory vegetation within 100 feet and mature hazard tree removal within 200 feet of park boundaries. But we have to be able to access that area. So the reason that area on the on the map on the right was removed from, or not included, I should say, it wasn't removed, it was just not included in the project that's underway with Parks and RCD is because it was not accessible and not CEQA approved at that point, or at this time. However, everything that is on the map on the left is eligible for Coastal Conservancy funding and is CEQA reviewed and approved. What caused the confusion, Graham, I'm about to address that. So what caused the confusion is we updated our wildfire fuel management program to provide a little bit more detail in the narrative sections. And as part of that, wanted to add the map for the Coastal Conservancy funded Parks RCD project. And in doing so, the map on the right got kicked out. And so that was a simple error. And that's going to be corrected by the end of this week. That will show Project 16. When we refer to Project 16, it will continue to be the map on the right, meaning that swath along El Granada Boulevard was not removed from Project 16. It is not part of the Coastal Conservancy funded Parks RCD project, but it has not been removed from Project 16. So that hopefully clarifies some of the confusion that was done there. And I do apologize for that. Again, the revised document will be up this week with an explanation of what the two maps are and why they do. So was that clear as to kind of what happened? And the fact that that swath is in fact included in Project 16.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And I think when you met with the group of us up here, you said that you were willing to come back to look at that area, which we didn't get round to, because Keith, Susan, and I walked that area today, and there certainly is access available to that area. But thank you very much for the update.
Yeah, and I see a question that came up about when will the additional part have funding? That's unclear. There's no grant process that I'm aware of at this time that we can go for to fund that. The San Mateo County Parks Department has a fuel reduction budget of $1.5 million to cover over 16,000 acres, 24 parks, 6 of which are identified as very high fire hazard severity zones, so just like Quarry Park, and countless communities adjacent to our park. So when you look at 16,000 acres and $1.5 million, that money goes very fast. And so we have to make sure that we are doing what we can to support as many communities and reduce the amount of fuel in as many parks as possible. But I will, again, and I know I sound like a broken record on this, I will say that this fiscal year, the San Mateo County Parks Department, along with its partners, is spending more money to do fuel reduction in Quarry Park than any other park in the San Mateo Park system. And the County of San Mateo is spending more money in El Granada to mitigate fire threats than any other county or any other part of the county as of this point in time. This fiscal year is what we're scheduled to do. So the county is certainly prioritizing Quarry Park and El Granada.
Okay, thank you for that, Nicholas.
Mm-hmm.
I see we have, yes.
Just like to show one more map there quickly. This is a map of all of San Mateo County, came to us from CAL FIRE. And you can see the entire county. And if you see the purple and orange sections, those are eucalyptus stands. You'll notice that our area, the Midcoast, is up here in this corner up here. And if we expand it, so we have basically more eucalyptus than the rest of the county put combined. This very bright part is Quarry Park. So we have a very exceptional situation. And so it's my feeling, but this is part of what the RCD project has to look at, that we have a situation that does not compare to others. And it's not, the parks budget was not intended to address this. And so we have both a larger framework and potentially a larger cost, but we don't expect Nicholas's parks budget to handle it. And that's one of the things this special, the research project that we're undertaking, the scoping project, we'll have to look up. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. We are running quite behind schedule, so I want to close out public comment after this. I see we have one more comment by Susan Casey, and then I'll make that the last one. We'll go back to the council. So Susan, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Susan?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just clarification for Nicholas, and I understand because we talked about that almost 2 weeks ago. about the limited budget that you have for county parks. However, there's also an $18.4 million 5-year parks wildfire fuel management plan that does not specifically include any money in that for this area along El Granada Boulevard. Or at least I have not seen where there are potential, there's a potential scope for that or money allocated to it that came out in that 5-year plan this past spring. And so I guess that's what seems to be missing from that still.
So again, right, so Project 16 has that large swath, which is in that area that we had discussed when we met at Graham's back patio area, right? So that swath is very much part of Project 16. Dolphin Fire Road, which we walked, is part of Project 16 and included in the project that Parks and RCD are working on. And but you're absolutely correct in the fact that the wildfire fuel management program, I was not given a $18 million allocation for funding. So there's a vast majority of that plan, which is not funded at this time. Again, I get $1.5 million, which it is not, something to be completely dismissed. That's a fair amount of money. And I think Supervisor Horsley and the board, but Supervisor Horsley specifically pushed for it. That is triple the amount that the San Mateo County Parks Department has historically had. We historically had $500,000 to do fuel management in over 16,000 acres. And this budget cycle, with Supervisor Horsley's leadership, we were allocated an additional $1 million on top of that. So, so we're certainly trending in the right direction. And we are certainly working throughout our system to address the high threat areas that we can reasonably access and that are currently permitted, which is the case for this fiscal year. And right now, our focus is on this fiscal year, given that that's what we have money to do. So there's, so we weren't allocated $18 million to do this work. I just want to be clear, because I think this is something that people get confused about. The wildfire fuel management program had an estimated cost of $18 million. I didn't get $18 million to do this work. So I'm not sitting on money that I can just move around to pick and choose how I spend it. I have $1.5 million in my budget for fuel reduction, which doesn't include grant funding like what we got with RCD. And of that $1.5 million, I have to look across 16,000 acres, again, 6 parks that are very high, completely or partially within a very high fire hazard severity zone, and numerous communities that are impacted by that.
Okay, thanks, Susan, for that question, and thank you, Nicholas, for answering it. I'm going to close public comment at this time, since we do need to get to other members of the council and then move on to our 2 other topics this evening. So I'll go back now to members of the council. Len, I'll start with you.
Just one quick summary comment. This is actually back to Quavo. Qua, you had said, I think, looking at your current project, that you basically said it was roughly $5,600 per tree. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as you started your project, Matt Clark from GCSD and I did a survey of the eucalyptus on the medians, not those up along El Granada Boulevard. I think we had a count of 546. So that says that, just in a very, very rough sense, to extend your effort to completion, if we wanted to do that, and this isn't to say that that's what we would recommend, but that would be about $3 million, taking 5,600 times 545. So that sort of puts the framework of a full elimination, doesn't put any money into really the resiliency revitalization we'd have to do, but at least it's one reference point.
Okay, thanks, Len. I'll just go around to other members of the council. I'll go next to Greg.
Just a throwaway comment, and then a couple of action items. the throwaway comment is, I appreciate Nicholas actually thinking about the parking issue, but he may be a little ahead of his time because until the pump track gets popular, I don't think we're going to know what the parking demands are. And I can foresee it being extremely popular. And someday in a year or two, we might have residents of El Granada saying they're tired of all the people parking on the streets and they want a parking lot, but we'll deal with that later. The action items, I want to make sure we track this stuff. So I'm hearing two things right now. We need an action item to revegetate. Another one I'm hearing is that we need a fuel break along El Granada Boulevard. Did I miss anything? Okay, well, I'd just like to see us log those and start tracking those. I know it's not going to be solved by the next meeting.
Thank you, Greg. Dan?
Yeah, a question for Qual again, just to be clear, would I be correct to say that the contract that you signed with the tree trimmer directed the tree trimmer to leave 6 inches of wood chips on C1 and no wood chips on the remaining medians? Is that correct?
No, it's actually C1 and C2. And in the rectangular areas are 1, 2, 3, and 4, where the trees are removed, those stumps are going to be grind down 12 inches below. And all material from the grinding, the stump grinding, will be left in place.
Okay, so that was all dictated on the contract that was signed. So that was very clear. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's what you wanted them to do. Got it.
Okay. Claire?
Oh, thank you for coming to talk with us tonight, both of you. I have no other comments.
Thank you. And Dave?
No, nothing for me.
Okay, great. Yes, I'll echo that sentiment. Thank you very much for coming. I feel like we learned a lot tonight about various projects, and it's great to see the progress that's being made in the medians in El Granada. If anyone wants to stick around, I think we do have, and we have another topic, item 4C, which is related, very related to Quarry Park and wildfire in that region. We have a community member, Keith Mangold, who has been tabling at the El Granada Post Office for a couple months now and has collected over, is it 500 or even 600? I'll let him speak to that, but many, many signatures from El Granada residents about Quarry Park and the threat, as the petition states, to the homes and the community of El Granada. So Keith is going to give a quick presentation and share the presentation that he's been sharing with these residents, and then the petition. Keith, are you set up to share your screen, or would you like me to share for you?
I can do it with the shared screen.
Okay, Dave, can you give him access?
He has access now.
Okay.
Okay, first, I'd like to read the prepared statement. So the intention of the petition is to inform San Mateo County Board of Supervisors that El Granada residents are extremely concerned about the fire danger posed by Quarry Park. I'm here tonight to request that the council accept these signatures from the residents and deliver the petition and a letter addressing the urgency of these concerns to the county board. Hopefully, you've discussed the petition with some of the signers and are comfortable with the location and methodology of the signature gathering effort. Quarry Parks ranks as one of the most hazardous fire areas in the state. We have a trifecta of hazards: severe slopes, eucalyptus ground fuel with bark ladders to the eucalyptus canopy, and a diablo winds, which are always from the east-northeast. So the good news, the normal wind from north or west will result in a, quote, normal fightable fire. And that's the vast majority of fires that occur. The bad news is that the east-northeast Diablo wind driving a canopy fire, which is not fightable from the ground. And if the Oakland Hills fire is any indication, the fire will have destroyed our town with loss of life before evacuation is possible or sufficient resources are available to suppress it. It is this type of fire that causes more than 90% of the loss of life and structure. It's the Diablo wind scenario that keeps people up at night. Residents understand the danger. We realize that there's a high probability if there is a canopy fire in Quarry Park, it will jump El Granada Boulevard, effectively trapping residents in the 120 homes uphill before they can evacuate. The fire will then destroy much of the town due to the barrage of burning embers coming off the ridge tops. And that is 6,000 people with their homes at risk. I'd now like to share my screen to do a quick review of the materials.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, some of this you've seen before. So this is the eucalyptus fire. And what is unique here is the half square mile of dense eucalyptus, 30 to 70% slopes, northeast fire wind, no effective ground equipment suppression, high density, population density adjacent to Quarry Park, and that's more than 6,000 residents, and no escape on El Granada Boulevard if the fire jumps the road at San Pedro, and that's 120 residences. So the topography, 700 feet in elevation, 30 to 70% grades throughout this area. The Diablo wind we all know about, hopefully. And this is the new information. The local fire weather winds over 600 hours, over 15 years, always come from the northeast. So if we map that fire weather to the town, we see that a fire in Quarry Park will sweep directly over the whole of El Granada. We're talking 40-mile-an-hour winds over an area that's pretty much less than a mile wide. So that's the ultimate danger. And I suspect one of the most dangerous places in the state. I'm having a technical problem here. Okay, so we know about fuel. We know about ground cover, pathway to the canopy, what a canopy firestorm looks like. And then, given the high-risk areas of El Granada, this is what a firestorm would look like across everything, except now this median area has definitely had enough canopy removal and probably is relatively safe. The probability is we have 4 Diablo wind events per year over the last 10 years. So we're getting more high winds, high temperatures, low humidity, and the potential for a canopy fire. And this is a photo of the Oakland Hills, which, if you've read the FEMA report or seen some of the other materials, we are an exact model. This is a discussion of the shaded fuel breaks. And on the left is what CAL FIRE says a shaded fuel break looks like. And here is the county website showing what Quarry Park looks like. And this is by far not the worst. So we have a serious problem. So in closing, we can't control the weather. We can't control the steep slopes. We can reduce sufficient canopy to prevent a firestorm. And that's the request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Keith. I'll start just if any members of the council have any clarifying questions for Keith. We'll save our comments until after public comment. Keith, you can go ahead and stop sharing.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to public comment then, and then we'll go back to the council again. And if any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand now. Okay, great. I'll start with Susan Casey.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I want to thank Keith Mangold for all of his hard work securing these signatures from El Granada residents. Unfortunately, Don Horsley had mentioned that, unfortunately for the county that they own this problem now, and I agree that they do own this problem of the extreme forest density in Quarry Park. There was virtually no forest management in Quarry Park until the 2019 Governor's Fuel Reduction Project. And according to subject matter experts for this fuel reduction project, as well as for the Coastal Conservancy Grant, but according to Sheena, it's also /parks/RCD project. I was taking notes on that. The Quarry Park has 20,000 stems per acre, and 25% of these are dead or dying. This is unhealthy for the forest and dangerous for the residents that not only live adjacent to Quarry Park, but for all residents in El Granada due to this level of fuel and extremely dry conditions for the forest. Last spring, county parks did release this 5-year wildfire fuel management program projects list. And in some cases, it looked like this area along El Granada Boulevard was excluded, but but now it possibly is included, but there are areas that are excluded from the Quarry Park forest projects. They are not focusing their fuel reduction projects based on the direction of the Diablo winds. They are not taking into account the ridges and how the ridges will intensify the Diablo winds right into El Granada. And this petition that many of us in El Granada have signed recognize There are way too many trees that have been left untended for way too long. We are asking the leaders in San Mateo County to believe their subject matter experts that 20,000 stems per acre and 25% dead and dying trees is not okay. So we're asking the Midcoast Community Council to help deliver this message to the leaders of San Mateo County. And we are asking for their support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Next I'll go to Sid Young.
Hi, you can hear me, right? I just wanted to say that part of the reason, this is back to probably the one before on the wood chips, that CAL FIRE says that wood chips are actually flammable and it can spread fires. So I think, replanting the medians with wood chips probably not a good idea. Plus the neighbors behind me brought wood chips in from somewhere, and eucalyptus seeds within the chips spread up, and they had a forest behind their house before they knew it. And they cut it down once, they didn't grind the stumps. Next thing you know, they had to cut it down the second time because they got as tall as my house again. But that isn't really what I wanted to talk about as much as the fact that I really do think the county needs to step up, because homeowners are losing their homeowners insurance. And if a house burns down or catches fire and they don't have insurance because of the high fire danger near Quarry Park, and all of El Granada residents are pretty much in that high fire severity zone, they're going to be homeless. So that's something that I just think that you guys got to help the homeowners out. Even if you did already commit the money to go elsewhere, try to find where you can pull a little of it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sid. Next, I'll go to Melinda McNaughton.
Thank you. I actually didn't realize I had my hand up, but I do have something I've been thinking about saying. And I do agree that this is a huge problem. That said, because we're stuck in a really bad climate situation right now, I just really think it's important for people to think carefully about replanting and the importance of moist soil. That was the reason for the wood chip request. It keeps the soil moist underneath. It turns into great compost. Maybe that's something that needs to be looked at again, but just the ramifications, just to remind people of clear cutting large areas, are reduced moisture, possibly reduction of marine layer, which keeps us safe from fire, reduced air quality, drier soil, and more danger for fire everywhere, less absorption of rainwater into the ground, less rain coming at us because we have less trees, since the trees bring in the climate also. So replanting is key in keeping the microclimate and the ecosystems going here, and also protection for our health. And then landslides with clear cutting, topsoil runoff into the ocean. So I just think, my opinion is, we need to keep this balanced and not just cutting without thinking about eventual replanting. Greenbelt Alliance has done a lot of research that we should, I think, look at. Maybe the links I sent would be something the council can look at regarding the 4 different types of green belts that can be implemented as fire breaks in areas that are created as fire breaks. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Okay, thank you, Melinda. Next, I'll go to Jane Price Silver.
Hi, I also wanted to thank Keith for his dedication to this project. I feel like the letter really encapsulated a wide variety of thoughts on this. I tend to like eucalyptus trees, but I understand the fire problem. So, we're in a situation where we really have to address it. But many people in El Granada absolutely love the wildlife here. And as we start to alter the terrain, it would be nice to have some way of monitoring how well the wildlife is adapting to these changes. There's a slight problem with rats in El Granada. You'll hear some neighbors talk about rat problems. And so if we start taking taking down some of the foliage. I think we need to keep our eyes on the health of the predatory birds and just the balance of the ecology staying fit. And certainly replanting would help. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. And next, Karen Allenson.
Hi, thanks very much. I'd just also like to thank Keith for his presentation and efforts to document the fire risk in this area. Also, just letting you know that I posted a quote in the chat, which was from Daniel Swain, a well-known climate scientist who has appointments at UCLA and also at an institute in Colorado. He's quoted in the media all the time. But I had him review Keith's presentation, his slide deck, and that quote from him is in response to that. He actually grew up in the Bay Area and understands the risk with eucalyptus stands quite well. I just thought that was quite interesting because he speaks internationally. And so I was pleased that he would speak about our little area, and I thought his quote was of interest as well. And then finally, I agree that replanting and considering the foliage and the climate effects of what we're doing is very, very important, as well as the effects on wildlife. However, I will just remind everyone that a catastrophic wildfire is much more detrimental to wildlife and to our local climate. So I would encourage us to think, you know, about addressing the most urgent issues. And then, as other speakers mentioned, replanting and considering what will replace that is absolutely on target. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. I don't see any other public comment, public hands raised for comments. So we'll close public comment on this item and go to the council. See, Dan has his hand raised, so go to Dan first.
Okay, I wanted to get to Keith, but first I have to, there was a comment about wood chips. I just wanted to say that, you know, I'm very familiar with Golden Gate Park and the Botanical Garden. They use wood chips all over the place. I've talked with a master gardener, UC master gardener, and they advocate for use. You know, that eucalyptus wood chips are good for using in the garden, and keep the, as Melinda said, keep the moisture in the ground. You know, I've seen wood chips used in Golden Gate Park for 50 years, and I've also heard a fire captain clearly say that you know, having the wood chips on the ground is much less of a fire danger than you know, the trees. So, Keith, I want to thank you very much for all your work that you've done here. And can I ask, what is the total number of signatures you have? Because you had a lot of volunteers helping, right? Did you put them all together?
I had 2 volunteers, each doing 1 day or 2 days maybe. And the total is 560.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with you that it's extreme fire, you know, dangerous situation that we have right now at Quarry Park, and I think much more should be done. And I appreciate you very much for bringing all your work, bringing it to the attention. It'll be ultimately up to Supervisor Horsley and Parks Director Nicholas to kind of work together to see if they can come up with more funding. And are you? What exactly is a proposal? I'll say full disclosure that originally I was for a complete phased clear cutting with replanting, but you know, now I think that it may be a good idea to keep several eucalyptus trimmed, but as anchor trees, but definitely call it in clumps instead of just a complete jungle. In clumps to have some open areas, you know, save some of the habitat for the wildlife. But can you briefly kind of say what your proposal is as far as how to handle, remove the canopy? Does that mean just remove it completely, remove it significantly?
Okay, Dan, your 3 minutes is up. We'll have Keith answer and then we'll go on.
Okay.
Basically, I didn't make any specification except to remove enough trees so a canopy fire isn't possible.
Okay, well, I support this 100% then. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
Yeah, unfortunately, what Keith just said isn't what's in the petition. So I would not want to have the M send that petition on and say, we agree with the wording in the petition. I certainly agree there is significant risk here. It would be foolish to say otherwise. I also feel that there are quite a few other areas in the county that are equally at risk from large groves of eucalyptus or other equally flammable trees. And they also have lots of residents nearby. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't also be asking the county or their city councils or both for funding. But I cannot support sending this petition on and saying that the MCC supports the wording in the petition. I certainly would be more than happy to refer to it and include language to what just saying, but that unfortunately is not what's in the petition that people signed. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Len?
I'm going to share my screen. So this is slides I put up earlier. If I listen to what Keith is asking for, I believe it's asking the supervisors to address the urgency of the situation and bring expertise to bear. I assume if we asked Don Horsley what he would do, I think he's even still here, may have gone, but he would say—
He's here and he has his hand raised.
Thank you.
So we'll go back.
I would say that what has been presented by Shonda and I elaborated in the project that is kicking off now with a responsibility to report back in March is what he would say is proposed to answer it. You're trying to bring the expertise of CAL FIRE, people from the county. Midcoast Community Council is supposed to represent the community in total, and there were various opinions presented here, and a consultant hired to bring in additional experts as needed. So I think that's a major step to do exactly what we're asking for and what Keith is pointing to. So I think if I was Don, I would say that this is the step. I'll let him speak for himself. That's what I have to say.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll actually go ahead and go to Supervisor Horsley since he's still here.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Michelle. I don't have a whole lot of anything new to say, except the sainted Daniel Burnham probably never should have planted those things in the first place. I've always referred to eucalyptus as a noxious weed, because in fact it is a weed. It's certainly not a native plant. And you're sending me another thing, would be to acknowledge it.
Yeah, I was just.
Education, I have seen Keith's information before, and it's pretty comprehensive. I don't necessarily agree with all of it. I don't think the assumption about, I mean, crowd fire is a real problem, but it gets there basically if you have, a ladder fuel in the first place. somebody else talked about chips as potentially causing a fire. They do not. They could burn, chips could burn, but they're never going to get up into the canopy. So they would never create a canopy fire. So they're not really not a problem. Other people have talked about reactivating slides if we chop down trees, or maybe we should just chop down trees, but then we have to replace it with something. But I think that's what this scoping project is really supposed to help us with. That if personally, I would be. I would like to get rid of all the eucalyptus trees. It is not a native tree. And I think one of the MCC meetings with Rich Sampson was presenting as the CAL FIRE forester, indicated that he thought that you would probably end up with, coyote brush, that there really weren't any trees. I don't know if they really like that. But in any case, I think send a petition or send your request to the board, and we will answer and respond. But again, I think that's what the scoping project is really for, is to be able to figure out what's the next best project. And at the same time, we just can't chop, you just can't chop down trees, although we did in some areas in the medians. But you got to replace it with something. So so I think it's got to be a thoughtful process. And again, I think earlier I said these trees were planted over 100 years ago, or at least the beginnings of this eucalyptus forest over 100 years ago. Maybe it was debatable in a part of the county for letting the development of the El Dorado Highlands. Maybe that was a mistake too. But in any case, you got to figure out how do we replace this, and it is going to take a lot more funding than $1.5 million. We understand that, but we just want to. I think Nicholas's presentation has been pretty good, at least in terms of telling you that we are doing projects all over the county, and it's not as if it's forgotten. But in any case, again, I listen. I listened. I've been to more than one of these hearing about this El Granada, and there are other places in Woodside, Portola Valley, even up in Millbrae and San Bruno. So I've heard this a number of times. We are doing what we can as fast as we can, but there are limits. So thanks, Michelle.
Okay, yes, thank you for being here and listening to that and for making those comments. Next, I'll go to Greg Diegas.
I'm upset with Keith Mangold because he wouldn't let me sign the petition because I don't live in El Granada. We could have gotten thousands of signatures if Keith wasn't such a stickler for details here. In fact, on October 15th, 2020, Keith and I co-authored an article on this topic in Coastside Buzz, and I've written 3 articles since then. That was 2 days after Don. I'd written Don and the Board of Supervisors about all these problems, including evacuation, and he and Supervisor Canepa had organized a special session. So, I mean, I commend him for being on top of this for quite some time. I do think we have to forward this petition to the Board of Supervisors, and I don't really care about splitting hairs on the wording. We don't have to say we endorse every bit of grammar, but I mean, my God, he wouldn't even let people outside El Granada sign it, and he still got 500 plus signatures. So I think we have to send it. And I'd be glad to draft a letter of transmittal. I would also ask the supervisors to consider that we spend a lot of money on homelessness through Measure K. This is homelessness prevention, which also continues to yield property taxes from the residents. And I heard that we need the study to ratify what we're doing. I get that. My question is whether or not the El Granada fuel break by itself, I'm not talking about completing the Quarry Park revegetation project, but the El Granada fuel break by itself shouldn't be a priority. Of course, I don't like the $13 million cost estimate, but I think we need to spend time on that. I question whether we could save some money. I'm not sure about grinding the stumps down. We want to keep them on the slope to retain against erosion. And of course, we've seen in Australia, they spray them with an herbicide, and we had a person speak here over a year ago about covering the stumps with garbage bags. So we could keep maybe the cost down by not grinding them. So there's a lot of things to look at, but in general, I applaud Keith Mangold and all the wildfire warriors for their diligence. And I completely agree with Melinda. We need to be intentional and thoughtful about the revegetation. My only issue is, shouldn't we start sooner on the El Granada fire break? Because if we wait for the study and it's going to be, did I hear March? And that's when we get told what we think makes sense. By the time we do something, and a whole nother year's gone by. And so that's 2 more wildfire seasons. So I just recognizing the cumulative probability that things can go wrong adds up over time. I guess I have a little bit of urgency about at least the El Granada fuel break part of this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I think we haven't heard from Claire and Dave, I think, on this topic.
I appreciate Keith's hard work and your efforts tonight to bring this to us. Certainly impressive. I don't know who was saying okay, back up. I'm happy to have us forward it to the Board of Supervisors, although Don's already here and he's hearing it. I think we should send it without comment. I'm thinking about the petition that was generated in Miramar around the coastal trail issue. And in that case, I think that we tried very hard to listen. It was more controversial. I think we also tried not to become part of the petition, but to be part of representing the community. So what I would like to do is to send it on saying, this is obviously something the people of El Granada have cared enough to sign. Please look at it.
A quick comment. I think because we have to write, well, to put a letter together, virtually the only thing we can do at this meeting is to follow Claire's suggestion. We could simply put together a motion that says forward this to the supervisors as community input without further comment. Anything else would require a more specific letter. We would have to draft that and bring it to the next meeting.
Yeah, I haven't spoken yet, but personally, while I appreciate all the work that Keith has done, I mean, obviously sitting at the post office for so many days and collecting all these signatures is really commendable. The supervisor is here. He's hearing what we have to say. The head of parks is here. All the members of the MCC that are here tonight have heard what Keith has had to say. We also heard from him last meeting. I think that, the message has been communicated. And to me, I would be in favor of what Claire has suggested. Certainly we want this to go to the Board of Supervisors, but I don't think that there's going to be much benefit in us adding a letter of support to it. I think by us forwarding it on, it's sort of unspoken that we do recognize it and we want to share it with the Board of Supervisors. So I would be for doing something like that. And getting it off sooner, sending that off tonight rather than waiting another 3 weeks until our next meeting and doing that then. So I guess I'll just take a quick straw poll of members of the council. Who would be for sending the letter to the Board of Supervisors tonight? And then who would want us to write a letter and wait? So who would want to send it tonight?
Without comments, just forward it. Is that what you're saying? Send it without comment.
Yes.
Just want to be absolutely sure. I'm in favor.
Okay.
That works for me.
Okay. And Claire? So that's
yes.
4 people already. Okay. Dave, do we need a motion to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Len? Okay, let's take a vote.
Okay, just a second. Claire,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Greg,
To paraphrase an old joke, I'd forward it, strong letter to follow.
Good try.
is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay,
Len,
yes,
Michelle,
Yes,
and I'm also yes, 6-0.
okay.
And
I
I'm
believe I
sorry,
have the,
who was it that seconded it?
I did. When?
Thank you.
okay, Keith, I know you sent me the latest version a few days ago. Do you have any additional signatures to add, or is that the final version? Keith?
You're on mute.
Yeah, that's the final version. I'd request that the presentation go with it.
Sure, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I can, it's saved on our site, so rather than sending it as an attachment, I can link to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and I'm not gonna post the entire petition with the signatures on the site just for people's privacy reasons and their addresses being on them, but I will include that version when I send that to the Board of Supervisors.
But let's at least post the header of the petition.
I have that, yeah, that one's already posted.
Great.
It's actually as a JPEG, that's how it was sent to me. So it's a little bit weird the way it shows up on the site, but it's there under tonight's meeting. Okay, thank you. That's great. Thanks for everyone that's come for that. We do have one last item on our regular agenda. And actually, this one, someone deserves a big thanks for this project. We've been talking for a while about the MCC website and us wanting to make some updates to it. There was this, basically, we are using a Squarespace 5 site, which is 2 full versions of Squarespace, out of date. And we had talked about what a big project it was going to be and how much, how much it was going to cost to update our website to the latest version of Squarespace. And Lisa Ketchum, our former Midcoast Community Council member, spent, I think, a very long weekend working on the website and was able to upgrade it. And so it's not live like that yet because I wanted to share it with everyone tonight. And have her kind of present the new version and then talk through the changes that we've made. Now, this is not like the end all be all of what our website will be, but this is a very significant upgrade, trying to preserve the same content, but having it in a much more modern, I guess the UI work in marketing. So the UI, the user experience and everything that you'll see there is going to be a huge improvement over what we have now. So I'm going to hand it over. Lisa, do you want me to share my screen with the website, or do you want to do it from your screen?
I'm not going to share it. I'm just going to speak so you can share whatever you like.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you and I'll share.
Yeah. So the new MCC website on Squarespace 7 is not public and is currently password protected, but I posted in the chat the web address and password for meeting attendees who want to check it out. The Squarespace 7 business plan is $216 a year and includes unlimited storage, mobile optimized, SSL security, 24/7 customer support, basic website metrics, and free domain. Our domain currently is already a Squarespace, midcoastcommunitycouncil.org. The new website on Squarespace 7 keeps all the content of the current site and makes it more accessible to a likely younger demographic who prefer to use their phones for access. I have modified all the pages so they will optimize for mobile on the new platform. As time allows, I can further improve the pages with images and formatting, but I wanted to get the basics covered first. There are scattered broken links and most images are still stored on the Squarespace 5 site. So I'm working my way through all the pages, checking and fixing broken links. The archives from earlier years are a lower priority to address. I think the new site is up to standard, at least as good as the current site. Plus it is optimized for mobile, which Squarespace 5 can't do. So I recommend making this move now, which does not preclude moving to some other platform in the future. It will allow for improvement in the meantime and should make any other future move considerably easier, one can hope. I have put more than 50 hours into this project over the last 10 days. As always, I do this as a community volunteer. If the council wants to make this move, all that needs to happen is for Squarespace to redirect the custom domain. Any blog posts since the import on September 12 will need to be re-entered on the new site, and any new files uploaded to bring that up to date. Design style changes can be tweaked, and we can do all this going forward on this new, better site. There's plenty of fonts and colors to choose from, and I'm still involved with my learning curve on Squarespace 7. If the banner takes up too much room, I heard some feedback on that. It's easily deleted. On any of the back pages, the home page, it's a little trickier. I can't do that overnight, but I had to figure out how to get the key information where it's needed. But then just to add on the subject of backups and file storage. Oh, if you're showing your screen, show them the under the shoreline tab, the first one, the overview. I like that. Oh, did I take the picture off? I hope it.
I'll add that the new site.
Oh, I took the banner
loads a
off.
lot
I'm sorry.
faster.
Pardon?
I'll add that the new site also loads more quickly, especially on phones.
Yeah, oh, I had a banner on this page. I liked it. Well, anyway, whatever. I have fun with pictures, and that particular picture was by my friend Jack Sutton. He gave permission. Most of the other pictures, I took them all. But anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, on the subject of backups and file storage, I know you guys discussed that earlier. So my recommendation is separate from the website. All MCC documents, agendas, minutes, letters, treasurer, and election information should be stored on backup drive or online, or both. I have all the files on my computer up through December 2018 and can pass them along. Someone should gather or download a complete document file for 2019 through 2021 and maintain that storage going forward. That's my recommendation. This is your record of this council, and it shouldn't be only on the website. I'm interested to hear your comments and answer questions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I'm just kind of showing kind of the comparison between the old site and the new site. You can see how much more modern it is. I was trying to pull up the old site on mobile, the new site on mobile. I think you guys can see this, how everything stacks in one screen. I was trying to get that comparison with the old site, and I think I can get it right.
Yeah, the old site on the mobile, it doesn't change anything. You just have it. Everything's really small.
It's just shrunk down,
Especially the
right?
tab. It's nearly impossible to click the tabs on a phone on the current site.
Yeah, it doesn't even actually show you what it looks like on here. But yeah, basically it's just all shrunken down. So if you go to it on your mobile phone, it was very, very hard to view any information. And so now it's all right there in a single column. You have the mobile menu, the drop-down menu, that you can then access any of these other parts of the site really easily. So it's really nice.
So the last thing I just added the search. I hadn't gotten around to doing that. So the search, it's up on the well, it's up in the navigation bar on all the pages now, not just on the home page. If you go to the desktop, oh, there you are. So so here's the thing. The when we first made the website in 2012, the Squarespace search function didn't search the content of any of the PDFs. which is a lot of the website. So it only searched the text that's on any of the pages. And so early on, I embedded the link to add Google search there. So that searched the PDFs, but the problem was you seem to get just a way overabundance of search results. So at this point, the search button there is on the new site is just the Squarespace search. And so I would ask you to try both and find out which you prefer, because I can add the Google to this one as well. I mean, just so now you have both types to compare. So at some point, if you decide to make this switch, we can go on. Just send me the feedback. And like I say, I've had one-on-one communications with several people, and several mentioned, oh, this is about the banner. Several mentioned that the banner, the pages that the banner is on, that on the mobile, it takes up too much room and you have to start scrolling right away. So of course the banner looks nice on the desktop. So I guess I need a consensus about what you want to do about banners, because I'm a desktop person myself. So I don't really have an opinion about how the mobile, anyway, any kind of feedback is useful. Plus I need to know if you want to go with this. And like I say, the longer the interval is between when I imported it till when it goes, till we transfer the domain, then the more duplications, you guys that have made blog posts since then are going to have to do that again.
Yeah. And by the way, it's worth mentioning that the old website was $192 a year. So the difference is pretty minuscule.
And just to note that it was $192 a year in 2012, and it's still $192. And so I think, and always there for us. And like I say, that the help, the 24/7 help that they tout, what is that the way you pronounce that? Anyway, they don't give phone support, but they have, abundant documentation. And then you go on and you're on help and they say down in the little corner, would you like to chat, and ask your questions. And then you get, except on Sundays, you get to the live chat and they're always very helpful. And then if they say, well, we'll have to open a case and put it on email and they get back to you. Anyway, very helpful. I mean, for somebody like me, I'm not all I know is Squarespace, and that's only because I can read the directions.
Yeah, and I will add that just anything like what Lisa was mentioning. Actually, Lisa, the changes, I think you made some changes that made the banner appear smaller on this. Either that or it's just because of the size of this responsive design.
I noticed a difference on different browsers.
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's
If you switch over,
on Android.
I think that's an aberration. Use a different browser.
why doesn't it have the more modern one? Yeah, I mean, I think that what I was going to say though is that these type of changes can be tweaked later. This is all, I mean, I would love to get access to this too and be able to see what I can, possibly change. I'm like Lisa, I don't have a lot of development experience, but I can read instructions and have worked on this on some sites as well. So I would just say that I would strongly advocate for us to make the switch now. The sooner the better, and do any sort of minor tweaks later. The other one piece that I was going to add is that I have a strong desire. We had this question about mobile. I know Lisa's a desktop person. Some of us use it on desktop also. I try to use it on both. I would say I use more the MCC site more on desktop, but I certainly use it on mobile quite frequently. But we don't really need to guess, because there's a tool called Google Analytics that we could install on the site that is free, completely free, and it would give us better data on how people are using the site, where people are using the site from, which pages they're visiting. So I would really like to include that as part of as a next step now that we're switched over to Squarespace 7.
Yeah, well, we could turn that on right now because it'll be the same domain name either way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with the analytics on Squarespace 7, but it's the way they have it set up for moving into 7, different permission levels. It's much simpler. On Squarespace 5, so much was limited to the owner. And on 7, the administrator role basically can do almost everything the owner can do except change the ownership, and you have access to the analytics and all that. So, and then there's another role called content editor. And basically that's what on Squarespace 5 we had if you just were going to do blog posts. But on this, it doesn't limit. If you're content editor, you can edit content on the blog or any of the pages, although I think we should discuss that and have some system for that. Because more than one person is editing a page at the same, it could get crazy. Basically, I probably couldn't stand it. I'd probably bow out. But anyway, we can discuss that. That's, just the, but I think, and then also I think that, like I said, the step to take now is to transfer the domain and make the site public. And then, and also immediately, if you make this decision tonight, I will invite any of you that want to have a role in this, either content editor or whatever we decide, so that you can, well, particularly for the people who need to add their recent posts in.
Okay. I'll just quickly go to, this has been sort of more of a discussion, but do any members of the council have any questions about this?
Not so much a question, but a statement. I really support moving to the new version as soon as possible. It shouldn't take more than a couple of hours to put the newer content on the new site. I suspect that somewhere in Squarespace 7, they let you tweak the size of the banner based on the size of the device. WordSpace says that. It's probably not trivial to find, but it's probably possible. But that's minor. It is so much better on a phone, even with the banner, that I don't think we need to worry about that before we go live. I am going to echo what Lisa said about storage. I would like us very much to, either buy 100 gigabytes of storage from Google for $20 a year attached to our Gmail account, or do something similar with Dropbox and put everything up there in an organized hierarchical fashion, because it looks like on Squarespace 7, some of that hierarchical storage is no longer present. So it's even more important to have the full backups and to maintain the discipline that whenever we add something, it also gets added to the backup storage, because there's no automated way to do that from Squarespace. And there may be a plugin we could investigate that, but if not, it's just going to be a discipline that somebody has to take on.
It's probably a good reason to continue the file naming of with the date thing first, and all that will help you with your online storage, finding things.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Greg, question?
Well, Lisa, thanks. You just saved us who knows how much money. So that it's great to have a cost certain. Do you know if we have FTP access so we can do a backup of the site offline? Do you know what I mean by FTP?
No,
I don't know. I'm not that
you
person.
don't. You don't even have it on Squarespace 5.
So Dave, I didn't understand. We can take it offline, but I agree we need to have backup. I would point out that you can buy a 2 terabyte plug-in hard drive for what, $100? 2 terabytes.
Yeah,
so I mean, I could back the thing up.
Drives fail, and then it stays with a council member who's out of town, and you really want it online. I'm fine with it being on flash drive somewhere too, but it needs to be online.
All right, I just want to have a discussion about the procedure and the cost. I'm flexible. Lisa, one other thing you did by creating this test site, that could come in really handy. does this test site or the ability to create a test site, is that a normal kind of thing that we would have access to do in the future?
Okay, so let's not call this a test site. This is it. I'm not doing this again. And so let's not mess it up. If you want to play around, you can go into Squarespace 7, open an account, set up a site and play all you want.
Well, my
Including
question is,
You could also make a
copy.
staging site, though. I think probably what you're asking for is like, will Squarespace 7 allow us to create a staging version of the site where we could test different changes? And maybe Dave knows
That's my
the
question.
answer to that.
That's my
So here's some things that happened. Like I talked, I complimented their documentation. In one place it says, so when you set up an account, it arbitrarily assigns it's called the built-in domain, that Tangerine, Tarpon, whatever it is. And it says then later in the instructions, it said way later in the instructions, and then it tells you how to import. Then later it says, oh, you can change that site name anytime. I thought, great. So you just change that one section and you put in what we have on the current site is MCC site, whatever, something short. And so I did that. And this is after I'd done all this 50 hours of work. And so you say, okay, change the domain, you put it in, I put in something short, and it says external links may be lost. And I thought, well, external links, this is a test site, there's nothing linked to it, so I should be fine, right? And so I pushed the button. Well, external links, to me, this is internal. If you have somewhere on your website and you link to a blog post, that's external. So in other words, the whole archives page, everything linked to the blog post is changed, and everything. If you refer to another page, it's changed. The only thing that's safe is a PDF file. Fortunately, I could go back and change it back to the other name and fix it. But and then whatever. I'm not going to go into the whole list of cringeworthy experiences, but like I say, I work by rote. And what was your question?
And we have a staging version of the site, which I think we can look into that. I think later.
I'm just afraid to. I mean, I know you said that you had some experience with Squarespace, and I would just caution you, or maybe, if you had any concerns, that if you wanted to try something out, like all the time they say you can change your template anytime. They have a variety of templates. And then later, much later, I read somewhere in more detailed documentation, it says, well, if you change the blog, you'll lose certain content. I mean, if you change the template, this other template, you might lose some content, which is the kind of thing with the import, we lost some content, I'm thinking, oh my God, this is not as easy as, so I would caution people, like if whoever has admin permission, if they went in and wanted to, oh, let's try this other template. No, please don't. It's easy enough to set up a free 2-week trial, just open a thing, create some kind of a page, and then I don't know. I just don't want any catastrophes.
Understood. Yeah. I think that we can create a mirror of the site in another account or something like that if we want to do any testing. But I totally hear you. I wouldn't want to.
I suppose you
change the template
site to Squarespace 7, call something else. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, I would suggest that you don't. It's just crushing to put all the time in, and it's so tedious to fix these things. The broken links. I mean, in the import, if the link doesn't work, there's a number of things that could involve, first you have to figure out what was it meant to link to? What was that document? You go back to the old site. By the way, we got to keep the old site for some time until we get all done with this. And then you've got to either download that or find that on your computer and then upload it and then fix the link. I mean, it's like this whole thing, just one link. And so, as you're going down the page, checking the links, and you click it and you think, oh, please, God, let it work. Anyway, so that part is tedious. Fixing the pages so they look fun and the pictures on, that's the fun part. Changing the font, oh, that's better. Yeah, that's the fun part.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, looks really nice the way you've designed it. Dan?
I just want to echo everybody else and say thank you so much, Lisa. You did a fantastic job like you always do. And especially, your words of caution moving forward. So I get it. And I think everybody else does. Again, I think it looks great. And I can't thank you enough for this and, several dozens of things over the years that you've helped with. So really appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, really quickly, we're going to go to public comment for this item. Sid, try to make it under 1 minute, please.
Okay, I've been waiting more than a minute to say this, but I just remember when you guys first talked about migrating over to another website, and all I could think was, oh my God, if they don't save all the links and all the backup documentation. I've used it so many times. I mean, one time I did a public records request from the county, and I found the information I needed on your website way before I got the documents back of what the hell they did with our Midcoast mitigation fees. So I just say, Lisa, I could bow down. We're not worthy because you have so dedicated of a publicly oriented person. And I know you had this morning planning commission meeting at 9 a.m. So you're just amazing.
All from my living room right here.
Yeah, all in a day's work. Well, thank you so much. It's more than a minute, but you just are owed so many kudos. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Sid. Do any other members of the public want to comment on this?
I think they all went home.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so our decision now as a council is, should we, and I don't think it takes a vote, but I want to definitely get a consensus, should we roll out this version of the site publicly to the midcoastcommunitycouncil.org domain? And then well, there have been maybe 4 or 5 blog posts that we'll need to recreate, so we can coordinate. We still, the group of myself, Greg and Lynn can coordinate on the timing of that and the recreation of the blog posts. I think Dave actually recreated some of the blog posts, so maybe Lynn can, or Dave wrote some of the blog posts, and so did I. So maybe Lynn can bow out on this part of the project, and the 3 of us can just work with Lisa to roll this site out over the next couple of days before her 2-week trial runs out, I believe on Saturday, assuming that the rest of the council wants to do this. So just really quickly, I'm just going to ask it in the negative. Does anyone not want to migrate over to this new site?
Good, but I do think we need a vote to do it because it's a financial decision, $50.
So
it's how much?
It's more than $50.
Like,
so
the difference is not more than $50 on a yearly basis.
But we're going to be vote for this year.
You can't cancel the first site. We don't know how long it'll take to fix all the links and move all the pictures. You have to keep the first. Yeah.
We're gonna change the domain of the first site then, because we can only have one.
We're gonna move the domain to the new site, and the old site will be still accessed through its MCC site.squarespace.com.
Yeah, and that also answers the question Michelle Dragany was asking. Yes, all those links will continue to work because they're all to the Squarespace site name.
Well, there's
very few exceptions.
It's the images. The images are appearing on the new site, but they're still on the old site. The broken links, they need to be fixed, but I'm going to be working on that. I'm just not going to do it 10 hours a day anymore.
And that site Buzz has a bunch of links into the MCC site. She was asking if those would be broken once we make the switch over.
If they're links to the documents, they will be broken, right? But if they're links to the blog posts, I think that those have the same URL. Is that right, Lisa?
I think you lost me. But currently I'm working through the website. I did all the 2021 blog posts. All the stuff on the 2021 archives page, I fixed all those. And the other archives that can wait. And now I'm just working through the pages, checking all the links on the pages. And I don't know how much longer it'll take, depends on how many I find. And
Yeah, I think what I was trying to comment on is the thing that you told me on our previous meeting, Lisa, was like when we link to a file, like a PDF, in the old site versus the new site, that link is going to change. Remember you said like all the gobbledygook you called it, I think that like
well,
those
that
links
has
are going to change when we migrate over to the new site. But
it's already migrated. The only thing that's lacking is the domain. I've learned more about the static links, the gobbledygook, and I'm reassured because the previous site has one array of gobbledygook, and anything you upload to Squarespace 7 has a different array, and I know the different patterns. So basically, if I am going down checking links and I click on the link and it shows, oh, this is it works, but it says static something, and I'm thinking, oh my God, is that static from the other site or this one? And now I know. Just to be sure that I'm not thinking it's on the new site when it's really linking to the old site. You know what I mean? I know how to.
Yes, it's on. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Those documents have been migrated over to the new site, and those will have different URLs than they previously did once we do the migration. Whereas I believe that any of our main navigation pages or any of the blog posts, once we migrate those over, once we migrate the site, the URL won't break from Coastside Buzz over to our site.
Except where we change the layout.
She's talking about linking from Coastside Buzz.
Yeah.
She's linking to midcoastcommunitycouncil.org, something that will work. If she's linking to a static URL, that starts out with static from the earlier site, that won't work, I don't think.
Right. Like a PDF or a document.
It'll work as long as the old site stays up.
Yeah, there you go. And by the time, so I mean, you could just leave it up until we paid it in June. You just, $192, half a year, what the difference, whatever. But I mean, it's like compared to when Caltrans updated their website, they broke everything. Nothing worked that, so.
And they never fixed it.
Never made any attempt.
Okay, so it sounds like we do need a motion for this new expense. It was $217 a year, is that right?
216.
216. Okay.
So I will move that we budget and start paying $216 a year for the new site. Looks like people are saying I'm crying. Are you hearing me at all?
Yes.
Yeah, we heard you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So the motion on the table is to start paying $216 annually immediately. And then we didn't add this, but I think the idea is that we would keep the old site running until the current payment expires. So there's some overlap. And then by June of next year, ideally, we will stop paying for the old version of the site.
Yeah, I didn't include that because that and backups can be addressed at a future meeting. And
Yep.
it's like very, very
That
late.
makes sense. Yes. Okay. So the motion's on the table. Dave, will you please call the roll? And I know Len had to step away for a personal issue. So it's the five of us.
All right, Claire,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
and I'm also yes, it passes 5-0.
Okay, great. We'll get together and figure out, Lisa, let me know what you need. If you need anything, I mean, I think you kind of have it under control, but
I think what I'm gonna do is, if it's okay, I'm gonna send invites to everybody that already has interest, connections on just as a content editor. And I will send you, Michelle, I'll ask you to join. You write back and then I assign you a permission level, and it can always be changed. And I'll probably give you the admin, Dave too, if you want. But, and then because you need to get the blog post, it'd be nice to have the blog post up to date before the domain is transferred.
Yes.
Actually, I think we can do it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world, just would be, oh, what happened to the meeting yesterday? It's not here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can get the most important ones really easily, but just basically cut and paste and fix the links.
Yeah, it'd probably be good to contact Squarespace about the domain before the weekend, because I don't think you're going to do it on the weekend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can just
that's-
give them a date when you want it to go live, make it Monday, Tuesday, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Great. Okay. Awesome work, Lisa. Really so great that you were able to do that. Saved us thousands of dollars. Okay. I'll close out this agenda item and we'll just move on to council activity. Does anyone have an update to share? I do.
Yes.
I do have a couple updates. Dan, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I went to the Coastal Cleanup Day in Pacifica last Saturday, and yeah, it was a very good experience. I met, one of the things I've been interested in is plastics and recycling, and with all this COVID and eating out and the single server, I really wanted to learn more. So I met someone that I would actually like to invite to the Midcoast to the council to help me learn and the community learn how to go in the direction of reducing plastic use. And so I'll future agendas I'll mention a little bit more. But yeah, it was a big turnout, and yeah, that's it for now.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Very briefly, I attended the Star Vista tour today that I think everybody on the council was invited to. It was kept very brief, very informative. I don't think it directly affects us, but it's good to know of another community resource if somebody asks us, particularly with regards to mental health for younger people.
Okay. I was just going to update about the Caltrans meeting. So Len and I are attending a Caltrans meeting tomorrow that is about a couple things. One is the guardrail project that that we just heard about. So that should be interesting. And the other part of the meeting is about another project. It's called the Multi-Asset Roadway Rehab Project, which is covering this area from the city of Half Moon Bay up to Marine in Moss Beach. And so we'll learn more about that. And as soon as I have more information that I can share publicly, I'll go ahead and post that. And then I also wanted to mention that we were contacted by the city of Half Moon Bay about the Coastside Recovery Initiative. And Claire and I will be meeting with Karen from Half Moon Bay about that tomorrow. And that's something we'll probably bring to a future agenda, just more information on that initiative. And then just quickly on, this sort of translates into future agendas, but on, Lena gave the update on the virtual meetings. So we did hear from Tim Fox, and I got clarification from him about what we need to do. And it sounds like Lena mentioned that the Board of Supervisors is going to be adopting a resolution that will
allow them to continue to have virtual meetings. There's basically it's a little bit complicated, but there's one thing that has to happen is that there needs to be a state of emergency, and there is currently a state of emergency. It's in place and it doesn't have an end date at the state level. So Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency. That's not ending at the end of this month. That's ongoing. It may end, but we don't know what date. The other thing that needs to happen in order to have virtual meetings just automatic are to have there be social distancing guidelines in place, either at the state or the county level. And that's not in place right now. And so because that's not in place, basically we need to adopt this resolution that says that we feel that meeting in person would be, I want to make sure I get the words right. I don't have it here, but basically that it would be a risk to members of the community, of ourselves in the community. And so in order to continue online meetings, we need to adopt this resolution, which county council will give us the language that we need to use for that. And we'll actually need to do that every 30 days. So at the beginning of a meeting once a month, we're going to have to vote and decide that we agree on this. So based on our conversation at the last meeting, I think that it's the desire of the majority of the council to continue these virtual meetings. So the plan going forward is that at the first meeting in October, we will have this as the very first item on the agenda before the Board of Supervisors report or anything else. We'll vote on that, assuming it passes. A majority of the council needs to agree, then we'll continue the virtual meeting. There are certain other requirements that we already meet in terms of giving public comment periods and allowing questions during the meeting. So that all will continue as normal. Okay, so any questions on that?
Just a heads up, I would like on that agenda whether we also discuss, I would like us to discuss whether we have in-person meetings at the same time. Jason from TCTV contacted me today and wanted to know what our plans were. So I want us to discuss.
Okay, so you want on the next, it's maybe separate from that item?
You can make it separate or part of that item. I'm not looking for a long discussion, just a quick consensus.
Okay.
We can't do it tonight, so that seems like the right time to do it.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Said it's really late. I'm not gonna, you can type your question in chat if you want, but I'm not gonna go to comment right now because we're talking about council activity leading into future agendas. So really quickly, future agendas. I have on here this resolution as the first item on the next meeting, and we could talk about whether we want to have some sort of in-person presence. The El Granada scoping project, I may have that on the next meeting or the meeting after, just depending on how things shake out. This multi-asset roadway rehab project, which is what I'm learning about tomorrow, and then it's time for the fall MCC newsletter. So prior to the next meeting, please think about whether there are any topics that you'd like to have in the newsletter, and then any other items for the next meeting or two. I mentioned that we have the Coastside Recovery Initiative possibly coming up. Dan, you had some suggestions about plastics.
Yes. So I met with Alejandra Warren from Plastic Free San Mateo, and she expressed interest. I told her that I think it would be great for the community to hear what she has to say, and she expressed a lot of interest in doing so. So I have not been able to connect with her yet. I don't know if the first meeting in October would work for her. So I'll reach out to her in the next few days, and I'll let you know, Michelle, how soon she may be available.
Okay, yeah, let's at least leave a couple options open, because that that next meeting is going to be, it's starting to fill up. So definitely open to having
Okay.
her. Let's just,
The following second.
maybe
meeting.
the second meeting, but let's get give her a couple options. It could be that one or the one in November even.
Okay.
Okay. Claire?
So I'm going to the Samtrans meeting tomorrow. I don't think it's gonna generate an agenda item. We did talk about, there's a couple of like code or let's fix this items. There's the old Costanera site, which has got a number of code violations on an existing problem list. And there's a water course next to the Valamar Bluffs which was previously restored, but which is now totally degraded. And there are a few things like that we might want to take a quick look at and make some sort of recommendation about. You know, I know that Lisa is very generous and did not ask to be paid, but I think we should consider paying her. And we also have a lot of money left over now because we've been saving for this for years. And we should start thinking about what else we might like to do.
That's a good point.
Also, we had talked briefly, I think you and Michelle and I had, about all these housing laws and court cases that are going through. And it'd be nice for us to clarify how, if at all, it affects our area.
Yeah, it's B9.
And there was a court case out of San Mateo County that just got, they said that you couldn't deny a permit just because you kind of didn't like it. I don't know, it's really late. I'm not thinking that clearly right now, but there are a lot of things going on with housing that we might want to look at.
Okay, that's a good list. Definitely interested in bringing those things to a future meeting. Yeah, if you would like, I know that you were trying to get Lisa to give me more, or to give more information on the Costanera issue and the Valamar Bluffs. Those definitely seem important. Yeah, let's talk about that offline and see what meeting that would be the best fit at. And then
I have information on the Valamar site.
Okay.
I'll send it back and email it to Claire and you.
Okay.
We might be able to avoid having it as an agenda item, but
yeah, we should be able to.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
Great.
Sid, to answer your question, yeah, I was just going to answer Sid's question in chat. We'll talk about hybrid meetings at the next.
I second the motion.
Okay, let's a quick roll call and let's get out of here. It's late.
Claire.
Yes.
Dan.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Dave, yes, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good
Thank
night.
you.